potentially fraudulent or that doesn't line up, you refer that to the relevant district attorney. They investigate it. But in the meantime, you do have to certify the vote. So listen, if people think there are really odd things that are going on, those can be investigated. But if the votes are already certified, a lot of folks think, well, if there are potential shenanigans there, that kind of closes the door on going anywhere with it. Would it be too late if there was a finding by a district attorney or another investigator afterwards? No, what you certified was actually not legit. But the court says that's what the law says, and often that's the thing. You'll hear that from the Supreme Court too. Like, listen, if you don't like the law, you got to go change it in the legislature. Yeah.
And the judge also saying, like, look, this keep doing it the new way means that one particularly Republican elections person could say, I don't know, this feels fishy to me, and without any real particular proof, and could hold things up. Another ruling went against what most Republicans wanted. In Nebraska, felons can indeed vote. That right was restored. And it could potentially make a difference. Nebraska splits its electoral votes, and maybe that one could maybe swing things.
Yeah. And I mean, this is one of those battles, too. Like I said, there's litigation in nearly every state over something related to the election. And Nebraska had a longer term process for felons and when they could get their rights back. And it was, after every potential part of your sentence has been served, not just if you serve time behind bars when you get out, but like through all of your parole and probation and everything else. And the legislature there apparently had passed something that said, nope, once you've served your time, you can be about the business of getting your vote back. And this court said, that's what the legislature's moved on this, and that's where we're going to go with this. So it shortens the amount of time that a convicted felon would have to wait to get those voting rights back. And it is weird that this falls on a party line kind of thing. Democrats think it's to their advantage. Republicans are not thrilled about it. Just one of the hundreds of cases literally pending right now.
Yeah. Looking back at the poll, just skimming through it, it looks like the vice president is ahead by 6 points if you just look at voters in what we're considering 7 battleground states.
Right.
And that's what matters. I mean, as we've seen in several elections, you can win the most votes and lose the election. And in fact, there are scenarios in this case where Vice President Harris could barely win the popular vote and barely lose the election.
Right. I mean, it is so fascinating to me because you mentioned earlier the top line national number has flipped, but the battleground number is a flip for us, too, because that had been where President Trump had more strength. And that's really critical. We're talking about giant prizes like Pennsylvania. We know that there are like 6 to 8 states that really, really matter. What I think Trump team will take out of some of these poll numbers, our latest ones, are places where he's really closed a gap with places like Hispanic voters. He's still down. But if you look at the results we had in 2020, Democrats were plus 28 with Hispanic voters. Now it looks like plus 5. So everywhere that they can close these gaps, it's sort of like what the Democrats are saying about they're going into more rural areas that they don't think they'll win outright, but they want to, quote, lose by less.
Right.
That's the same thing that the Trump team is trying to do with Black voters, Hispanic voters. You're still going to lose these groups, but you want to lose by less.
And that's going to matter in some places, Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit, Michigan. In some places, though, it's not. Those gains with minority voters, if you're getting them in New York or California or Chicago, good for you. That helps your national number, but it's not going to help you get elected.
Exactly. And, there have been some questions about, like, why is President Trump going to places like Madison Square Gardens in New York? Why was he in Coachella in California? Why is he doing this? But I think that there are a lot of reasons for that. And partially, too, because some of these House races and very specific districts, President Trump is trying to pull some Republicans across the line in these really tough House races where he knows he's not going to win the state, but he can maybe help in specific districts.
Right. And have you looked, I haven't looked very closely lately, about what's going on down ballot? Are there interesting races where people are running way ahead or way behind the person at the top of the ticket?
Yeah, I think there's some interesting ones. There's been a lot of attention in the Rust Belt states, these Wisconsin, other races that kind of fall into that category where it's interesting to me to look like there are Democrats who are polling way ahead of where Harris is or Republicans who are polling better than President Trump. So can the top of the ticket pull people across the aisle or across the finish line? But the question is also, can those Senate candidates help the top of the ticket? Because some of these Senate races are so heated, and of course, control of the Senate is critical. Whoever wins, they would love to have the Senate in their favor, but there's very real possibility we end up with a split there, that one party controls the Senate and House and somebody else controls the White House. Voters like that kind of thing. They will vote for divided government, not giving everybody too much power into one party.
Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday and the Living the Bream podcast. Shannon, I suppose we'll do this at least one or two more times before Election Day.
Let's do it, Chris.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you have a special needs child or an older adult in your home? The risk of them leaving the house unnoticed is real and terrifying. But you can protect your loved ones with Vivint Home Security.
Alarm on.
Our child has autism. He doesn't usually elope, but one day he did, and it was the most terrifying moment of our lives.
If I didn't have a home security system, I would have realized way too late he's gone.
Right now, Vivint is offering a free doorbell camera with any new plan, plus free installation and low monthly monitoring plans. Smart locks, lights, cameras, and more make Vivint Home Security the smartest way to protect your family and prevent a tragedy. Vivint is the #1 smart home service provider in the U.S. Protection is just a phone call away. Call 800-953-6693. That's 800-953-6693. Monthly service agreement required for free installation.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Gather your family and friends for the Buddy Walk and Family Fun Day on Sunday, October 20th at Lincoln Financial Field. Let's celebrate individuals with Down syndrome and have a fun morning. Proceeds benefit CHOP's Trisomy 21 program and the National Down Syndrome Society. Learn more at buddywalk.chop.edu.
Football's in full swing. While the players are making moves on the field, you can make the ultimate move with a beautiful engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers. The holidays will be here sooner than you think, so stop into Cozy Jewelers and huddle up with Paul Cozy and pick out a custom engagement ring that will make this the most magical holiday ever. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers, located in Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or with unfiled tax returns. Write this number down, 800-373-0322. The IRS has ended COVID forgiveness and they are cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to hear about our tax debt reduction programs. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, we still can help you. You may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a mere fraction of what you owe or for other resolution programs. Tax Relief Helpers has tax agents available now for a free consultation. TRH has already helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning them an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. If you or your business owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands to the IRS, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Call our relief hotline now to see what savings you may qualify for at 800-373-0322. 800-373-0322. Once again, that's 800-373-0322.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, October 18th. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden's in Germany today for a meeting with President Frank-Walter Steinmeier. The two leaders expected to discuss the war in Ukraine. Both presidential candidates planning to stump today in the battleground state of Michigan. Kamala Harris will rally in Oakland County, while Donald Trump will take part in roundtable discussions in Oakland County and will later rally in Detroit. The Israeli Defense Forces announcing the death of a top leader of Hamas. Fox's Jennifer Griffin reports.
Israeli officials sent their U.S. counterparts photographs of what appeared to be the corpse of Yahya Sinwar earlier today. At that point, they told their Defense Department counterparts that they were awaiting DNA testing. That testing now has come back positive. A senior U.S. defense official says Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who was in Brussels at the time, was passed a note during an ongoing NATO defense ministerial meeting on Sinwar's potential death. We've since learned that he spoke by phone with Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant after that. It's no exaggeration to say that Yahya Sinwar was Israel's bin Laden. He masterminded the October 7th attack, which left 1,200 Israelis dead and took 250 Israeli and American hostages.
The White House says Sinwar's death opens up an opportunity to fast-track an end to the Israel-Hamas war and free the remaining hostages in Gaza. The Al Smith Dinner, the annual white tie affair in New York City, is usually a fun night, full of jokes about and by presidential candidates. This year, though, it was different since Democratic nominee Kamala Harris decided to sit this one out.
Democratic nominee Kamala Harris prepared a video for the Catholic Charities benefit featuring Saturday Night Live's Molly Shannon in her Catholic schoolgirl persona, warning,
just so you know, there will be a fact checker there tonight. Oh, that's great. Who? Jesus.
Harris wrapping up on a high note.
Let us recommit to reaching across divides, to seek understanding.
Former President Trump chided Harris for not being there, comparing her to the 1984 Democratic presidential nominee.
The last Democrat not to attend this important event was Walter Mondale, and it did not go very well for him.
The Al Smith Dinner usually serves as the last stage two presidential candidates share before the election. Jill Nato, Fox News.
And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will induct its newest members this weekend. This year's nominees and inductees include Ozzy Osbourne, Peter Frampton, Kool and the Gang, Cher, and Mary J. Blige. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you missed WPHT's Politics and Pints with Dom Giordano and Donald Trump Jr., now we have your chance to see it from the comfort of your own home.
When your grocery costs go up by 20%, it hurts you. It doesn't change anything for Taylor Swift. It's not going to stop her from flying on her Global Express. I don't know that she's in tune.
Thursday night, October 24th at 8 p.m. You can watch it in its entirety on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Click the subscribe button. October 24th at 8 p.m. Exclusively on YouTube at 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guided Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
PDQ POS is the MVP in point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry, and it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS is real-time analytics with insights to elevate your team and your play calling. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years, so don't wait. Make the switch to PDQ POS today. Visit PDQPOS.com. This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the latest in technology. With thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey, Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for a 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Another record close for the Dow Thursday, adding another 161 points to finish at more than 43,289. Its second straight record close, 39th of the year. The S&P 500 lost 1, the NASDAQ up 7. Retail sales up 0.4 percentage point last month, higher than expected, and 1.7% year to year. Retailers, restaurants, and grocery stores all saw gains. New unemployment claims down 19,000 this week to 241,000. The average 30-year mortgage rate higher for the third week in a row, that according to Freddie Mac. The highest level since late August, now at 6.44%, up from 6.32% last week. Netflix earnings and revenue beat expectations for its third quarter. Its ad tier memberships jumped 35% from the previous quarter. Earnings reports today from American Express and Procter & Gamble. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The presidential race isn't the only one going down to the wire in 2024. In Texas, three-term Democratic Congressman Colin Allred is giving Republican Senator Ted Cruz a strong challenge.
This is a pattern. He talks tough, but he never shows up. We have a phrase for this in Texas: all hat and no cattle. That's what Senator Cruz is.
During their only scheduled debate, hosted by WFAA in Dallas on October 15th, Allred accused Cruz of trying to distract from key issues and taking his past comments on border security out of context, each accusing the other of holding extreme positions.
And understand at home, Colin Allred is Kamala Harris. Their records are the same. I've served with both of them.
In a University of Houston poll, Cruz leads Allred by 4% among likely voters surveyed, with former President Trump leading Vice President Harris by less than 6% in Texas.
We are at a crossroads in our country.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz is seeking a third term.
I'm optimistic. I hope and believe that Donald Trump will be reelected, but I think the country is divided. We've got 7 swing states across the country, and the polling in all 7 of them appears to be in the low single digits. And so the next few weeks are critical. I think turnout is critical. I think everyone who wants to change the direction of this country needs to come out and vote and bring their friends and bring their family. And that's true in the presidential, and it's true also in my race in Texas.
Vice President Kamala Harris describes former President Trump as increasingly unhinged and unstable. Do you think that he is doing enough to counter that with voters?
Well, I think Vice President Harris is panicking right now. If you look at the polling a month ago, she was in a much stronger position. Her polling has dropped about 5 points nationwide. And listen, a month ago, Kamala Harris was hiding in Joe Biden's basement, was unwilling to do media interviews, was unwilling to answer questions. She's now on Fox News. That's an illustration of just how scared they are, because the basement strategy wasn't working. And the risk she faces every time she answers a question is it doesn't go well for her. And the reason is simple. Historically, presidential elections have been decided more than anything else by one question: are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And unless you happen to be a Mexican drug lord, the answer is no. You are a senior citizen on a fixed income. The cost of everything's gone through the roof, and it's harder and harder to make ends meet. If you are a working family struggling and you're not sure how you're going to pay for your daughter's braces next month, if you're a young couple coming out of school and you're buying your first home, and you're discovering right now that a 7% mortgage is very, very different than a 2.5% mortgage, and you get about half as much house as you would have gotten when Trump was president. All of that is very real. And then you put on top of that the changes in safety and security. We have seen utter chaos at our southern border. Kamala Harris and my opponent, Colin Allred, have been open border radicals, and we've seen nearly 12 million illegal immigrants come into this country under Kamala Harris and Colin Allred. And the result is every American family is less safe. And I think those are the issues that are going to be decisive on Election Day.
Your opponent has pressed you in the very tight Senate race that you guys are having on a number of issues, though, including abortion. He has said also that you're, the least productive senator for Texas. How do you counter those things?
Well, there's an old saying that you're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And the facts are straightforward. We just had our debate this week, and our debate was a clear contrast. And I think this election should be a battle between my record and Colin Allred's record. My record has been a record for 12 years of fighting for 30 million Texans, fighting for jobs, fighting for freedom, fighting for security, and delivering real results.
Senator Cruz says he's authored and passed more than 100 pieces of legislation, including bipartisan work with Democratic senators from Georgia and New Mexico to connect more areas with the interstate highway system. He says those extensions bring thousands of jobs to Texas while helping farmers and ranchers get products to market faster. Cruz also highlights legislation praised by the Texas Association of Business to expedite permitting for new bridges from South Texas to Mexico.
In contrast, Colin Allred is a hard left Democrat. His voting record, his first 4 years in the House, he voted with Nancy Pelosi 100% of the time. He literally did not deviate on a single vote. He voted with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for their first 2 years 100% of the time. He's voted repeatedly in favor of open borders. Colin Allred and Kamala Harris are directly responsible for this invasion at the southern border. Texans don't want this. He has also voted repeatedly for higher taxes, for trillions in spending, trillions in debt. That's a record that is out of step with the people of Texas.
Are you concerned about the former president's, potential impact, good or bad, on down ballot races?
I'm actually very encouraged by the impact of Donald Trump down ballot. He's going to win Texas. I think the people of Texas recognize that life was a lot better when Donald Trump was president than it has been under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I will say it was striking at the debate we had this week that Colin Allred was running away from Kamala Harris desperately, trying to disassociate himself with her as much as possible. But let's be clear, as I said at the debate, Colin Allred is Kamala Harris. Their records are identical, both of them. Let me give an example. So Colin Allred, like Kamala Harris, has voted in favor of open borders over and over and over again. When it comes to the border wall, he's voted against the border wall 3 separate times, and he refers to the border wall as, quote, that racist border wall. He says, if you think border security matters, you are a racist. And he is pledged to personally tear down, quote, that racist border wall. Here's the amazing thing. He is right now spending millions of dollars running TV ads with images of him standing in front of that thing he calls that racist border wall. It's fundamentally deceptive. Kamala Harris is doing the same thing. She's spending millions of dollars of ads with video, aerial footage of Trump's border wall. I don't think the voters are stupid. Both of them are trying to pretend their record isn't what it is. And I think elections should come down to the candidate's record and their vision for the country. That's certainly what this race in Texas is going to come down to.
I wanted to slip in a foreign policy question for you, something that doesn't always get as much attention in an election year as it is now, especially because of the fighting in the Middle East. The Israeli prime minister under increasing pressure again from the U.S. to increase humanitarian aid in Gaza and also now to use more caution in Lebanon. There have also been reports that Israel could face a Palestinian effort to suspend its membership in the UN General Assembly. Do you think that there's something the Biden administration should be doing differently?
Of course there is. This has been the most anti-Israel White House we have ever seen in this country. When I was elected to the Senate 12 years ago, I pledged then to be the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked hard every day since then to do exactly that. October 7th was horrific. And I don't think there are shades of gray when it comes to October 7th. It is a battle between good and evil. It is a battle between civilization and barbarism. I believe the United States should stand unequivocally with Israel. And sadly, the Biden White House and Colin Allred have repeatedly chosen to side against Israel and to undermine Israel. As for the United Nations, if we actually had a commander-in-chief who could stand up and defend America and defend our allies, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would say what Ronald Reagan said when this same effort was tried. And Ronald Reagan said, if Israel leaves the United Nations, America will leave the United Nations that same day. That's what a strong commander-in-chief says. Of course, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are not going to say that because, tragically, there is a real and growing pro-Hamas contingent within the Democrat Party. And part of the reason why Colin Allred consistently undermines Israel is he's tried to get the votes of the radicals, of the anti-Semitic protesters on college campuses, of the radical left that is becoming more and more an important part of the Democrat coalition.
What would you say to anyone who's concerned about a peaceful transfer of power in the U.S.? President Biden has said he's confident elections will be free and fair, but he's not so sure about the potential for violence after this election.
Well, I will say I just watched yesterday Mark Halperin, who used to be the political director of ABC News, say that he was very concerned about violence from the left if Trump wins. And I think we are seeing many on the left who are unhinged. I also think when it comes to free and fair elections, it was very disappointing to see Democrats, including Colin Allred, just a few weeks ago, vote against the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act was simple legislation that required proof of citizenship to register to vote. And Colin Allred and other Democrats voted against it. They are unwilling to do anything meaningful to protect election integrity. And I will say, in terms of my Texas Senate race, the biggest challenge, frankly, is complacency. That people say, look, it's Texas, you're a Republican, it's a reelect, this is easy. I think that's objectively false. Chuck Schumer has been explicit that I'm his number one target in the country. Schumer and George Soros are flooding over $100 million into the state of Texas. I'm being massively outspent. There have been a dozen or more polls that show this as a 1-point race, a 2-point race, or a 3-point race. And so I want to say to your listeners, please come to the website, tedcruz.org, give $25, $50, $100. This race will come down to a binary question. If we raise enough money by your going to tedcruz.org that we can communicate my record and Colin Allred's record to the voters of Texas, we'll win.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366 for a free consultation. For 17 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Battling for years and years stuck in the endless cycle of minimum payments could take decades. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366. That's 800-832-2366. 800-832-2366. Not available in all states.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer
who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Israel killing the leader of the terror group Hamas in Gaza.
This was a last-minute operation, one that Israeli soldiers thought was just an engagement with a group of Hamas militants. And when soldiers arrived today at the scene of yesterday's engagement, they found the body of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar.
Fox's Trey Yingst, former President Donald Trump speaking at the Al Smith dinner in New York last night, with the presidential candidates typically roast one another and themselves.
It's a true pleasure to be with you this evening. Amazing pleasure. And these days, it's really a pleasure anywhere in New York without a subpoena for my appearance.
Vice President Harris did not attend, but sent a video message. The two candidates will both be scouring for votes in Michigan today as they try to lock down support in the key battleground state. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Cleveland Guardians have life. The Guardians rallied to defeat the Yankees 7-5 in Game 3 of the American League Championship Series, avoiding going into an 0-3 hole. Cleveland was down to their final out, facing a 2-run deficit in the 9th inning. But with a runner on, Cleveland pinch hitter Jhonkensy Noel tied the game at 5 with a no-doubt 2-run blast to left field. In the bottom of the 10th, David Fry delivered when it mattered the most, launching a 2-run home run of his own. The Yankees now hold a 2-1 lead in the ALCS, with Game 4 scheduled for Friday night in Cleveland. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The more that the refs counting on replay to bail them out, there's less accountability now, too, with officiating across the league. When you think about, well, there's never been accountability. Well, there was whenever there was Mike Pereira in charge of officiating. When Dean Blandino took over after Mike Pereira left for TV, there was accountability weekly. Videos released. He would narrate certain things and try to explain why certain things were called, why it was a good call, even though everyone expected there should be a no call. Now they don't speak. There's no accountability whatsoever. You have all of the veteran officials, for the most part, all the white hats, the head refs, retiring or going into a different line of work. From the league office on down, it is so inconsistent. It's gotten worse and worse, and it's brutal to watch.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. This time of year, life bears down. So much to do, not enough time to cook. Well, don't worry. Captain Chucky's to the rescue. Locations everywhere. Let Chucky's help you with quick, delicious, and fresh meals. Perfect to beat that hectic schedule. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The sensational Sarah McLachlan, live in Atlantic City, celebrating 30 years of fumbling towards ecstasy, performing the album in its entirety, plus her greatest hits, for one incredible night, with special guest, Tiny Habits, live at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa, Friday, October 25th. Get tickets now at theborgata.com.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Hey, Donald Trump Jr. here. Central banks are buying gold at record amounts, and the trend is accelerating in 2024. They see the writing on the wall. The dollar is failing. Is gold the answer for you too? To find out, get a free info kit from Birch Gold Group by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold, the only gold company I trust right now.
Message and data rates may apply.
Cybersecurity Awareness Month is still going strong, and LifeLock has a message about phishing. The scams cyber criminals use to trick victims into allowing access to their devices so they can steal your personal information. Being aware of potential phishing scams is one way to help protect your personal information. LifeLock alerts you to more uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft issues that arise. Start protecting your identity with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use my first name, Clay, as your promo code code. Terms apply.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. No need to be haunted by your old car any longer. It's time to buy, trade, or upgrade during the Ghost Your Ride sales event this month at Colonial. Every 2024 Hyundai on our lot needs to disappear like a ghost in the night to make room for the now arriving 2025 models. Here at Colonial, we've got scary good deals on brand new Elantras, Konas, Tucsons, and Santa Fe's. Over 200 to choose from. Plus, you can buy with 0% financing for 60 months. Colonial Hyundai has been recognized for awarding the top trade-in values in the region. Driving a hoopty that's creeping you out? Colonial Hyundai will give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Stay away from the goals and ghost your ride with a deal on a new car that won't come back to haunt you. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers cannot be combined. See store for full details. 0% on new 2024 Ioniq 5 on credit approval from HMF USA. Offer ends 10/31/2024.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, October 18th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, James Kelly, our associate producers. Action-packed Friday show. Many great stories to get into. And, of course, our buddy Sean Feist, live from Nashville, coming up at 8:30, 1 week before he comes up to our neck of the woods.
What? Woo!
For the great fake debate. Round number 2. Mock debate.
Come on, get the branding correct, buddy.
It's the great mock debate?
The great mock debate.
All right.
Come on.
Not to be confused with the great Donovan debate from years ago. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Gregory?
Wow. What a morning. Did you guys see the Al Smith dinner last night?
Yes.
With Kamala Harris?
She was there just on video.
I mean, come on. Come on.
Zoom it in, baby.
Yeah. Pre-tape message.
Man.
The left loves to just record, do things in advance, join virtually, do a Zoom. And I think Trump had a lot of zingers last night.
Why wouldn't she go to that? Why wouldn't she go to that?
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why would Trump go? I get it. It's an oddball question, right? Everybody goes. All the candidates go. Kamala's the first one. But I'm watching clips last night, and I'm sure you'll have some for the cut sheet.
I was going to play some right off the bat because I think it's...
Yeah, Trump would go because he's not hiding from anything.
I get that. But I'm sitting there...
I mean, he did cancel an interview yesterday.
And I made a joke last night on Twitter with the little conversation that he was having with Chucky Boy, Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
I mean, after having one, if not two, assassination attempts on your life, the lawfare, the weaponization... Good for him for yucking it up and being able to laugh with these people. I'd want to kill everybody.
I look at it the other way. I think that how can guys like Chuck Schumer call Trump Hitler if they're sitting here...
Oh, good point.
Yucking it up with
Good
him.
Point, yeah.
Phil, can you just run 2 clips for me? Start with cut 16, if you will.
Campaigning can take a toll on a family and family life, although I hear that Kamala and her husband carve out some really beautiful alone time at the end of the day for an intimate dinner, just Doug, her, and the teleprompter that she uses quite well.
That's good.
And by the way, she wouldn't have liked this tonight if she was told about no teleprompter. I can't believe I saw a teleprompter. They said they've never had a teleprompter in the history of this dinner. I told that to the condo, right? And then a teleprompter pops up he must be a very important comedian to get that. They give you one, but not me. How about that one? Huh? Come in. Yeah, and you did a good job. Tradition holds that I'm supposed to tell a few self-deprecating jokes this evening. So here it goes. Nope, I've got nothing. I've got nothing. There's nothing to say. I guess I just don't see the point of taking shots at myself when other people have been shooting at me for a hell of a long time.
Man.
You know, they say about presidents, they say that Andrew Jackson was the president that was the most meanly treated. His wife died. She died of heartache. She was heartbroken at the way they treated him. And they say that second was Abraham Lincoln, but he was in charge of the Civil War, you know. So, but those were the two, Andrew Jackson. Up until me, now they say it's not even close. There's never been a president that's been treated so badly as me, and our people aren't happy about it. But I was treated a little bit rough. But I don't mind it somehow, and I think it's just part of the game. I'd like.
Yeah, it must be part of the game. I guess Schumer plays the game, and he plays the game well.
By the way, Jim Gaffigan was amazing.
Was he? I didn't see that.
He's so funny.
Amazing.
Was he?
So we'll have all of that.
Okay.
We'll sprinkle it in throughout the show, and of course, we'll have it all at 7:45.
All right, sounds good. Big take coming up on just how tight this race is, including how. Oh, there we go.
What's this?
Back to regularly scheduled
there we go.
programming.
Sorry.
Big take on race as people are still chirping over the Obama scolding, the Obama lecture from a week ago. We'll get to that. Also this morning, the ratings are in for the Brett Baer interview with Kamala Harris.
It's big.
It's big. It's massive. It's huge. It's like 3 to 4 times bigger than normal.
By the way, he apologized, and we will get to that too.
All right, I'll have to rip Brett. All right.
Uh-oh.
Also, odds makers, forget Polymarket, right? We've been talking about Polymarket. What are the other outlets from a gambling perspective have number-wise for Trump versus Kamala? We'll get to that. And Newsweek with a good breakdown on early swing state voting, comparing 2024's start to the way it was in 2020. Sean Feist as well. And I got a couple of other stories off the beaten path, not revolving around Trump and Kamala. We'll get to those as we continue. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:06, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live. Yes, this Friday, October 18th, we are at 46 degrees. And I will tell you when a summer-like warm-up is in store this Friday, October 18th. We are sponsored by United Tire. So a man facing charges this morning after his missing wife, her body was found wrapped in plastic inside the closet of their Philadelphia home. So she is identified as 61-year-old Lola Karabeva. She's been missing since last Sunday after this, and we now have this chilling video that police have reviewed. But in custody and accused of this crime is her husband, Vladimir Yushevsky. He's 65 years old, taken into custody on an abuse of corpse charge as the cause of death is pending the autopsy. So neighbors say that she had been in Europe for a couple of weeks and she had come home. They saw her car. And in this video, you see a woman pull up to the home in the early morning hours. This was October 12th. She gets out, and for several minutes, she's struggling to get the home's front door open before the video just stops. So she's been missing ever since then. Nobody knew where she was. And at the end of the day now, they have discovered her body wrapped in plastic inside the closet.
The lesson to be learned here, never trust a man named Vladimir.
That's true.
Yeah.
Very good point, Nick.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. So neighbors are saying that this Lola, their neighbor, was just an angel, a lovely lady. She came here from Uzbekistan. They're just calling her an angel and just, grieving. And it's a shocking situation. So we await the autopsy results.
Terrible.
Philadelphia police arresting a second person connection with a hit and run that we have talked about. Now, we've been talking about this since the weekend when it happened. Remember the 3 nurses who were struck outside Penn Presbyterian Medical Center over the weekend. And so at the end of the day, what happened was these men drive up in a Jeep Cherokee to drop off a shooting victim outside the hospital, run inside, imploring the nurses to come out and help with this. But at the point, apparently, that they realize that the police are en route and they call the police, they speed off, striking not only the 3 nurses, but as well the shooting victim who they had said they wanted to help.
Loyalty is dead in this country.
Right?
Sorry, buddy. We got you here. If you bleed out, so be it. We got to go. The cops are on the way.
So the nurse is still recovering, one of them in critical condition, but they now have 2 of the 3 suspects under arrest. And police in King of Prussia Mall still trying to get these guys who smashed the glass cases with a hammer of a KOP high-end store and making off with $93,000 in these Breitling watch, very expensive watch timepieces, these Breitling watches, KOP Mall.
I know. I love the Breitling watches. Another thing on my bucket list that I'll never be able to afford, but yeah, nice timepiece.
Yeah, well, that maybe there are some on the black market. That's what we assume is going on, that these guys rip them off.
I was going to say, is the description a middle-aged white bald man who may or may not be on a very successful morning drive radio show?
That's correct. That's correct. It could be. I was born and raised a middle-class kid.
Stop. It's a sin. Yeah. It's a sin. So much to talk about, as obviously Elon Musk at Ridley High School, Delaware County. Big crowd there as he's talking about everything from immigration to innovation. But why is he really here? Many say because he's attracting Pennsylvania's independent voters who trust him. And so is that a piece of this, and how is he doing with that? I know we'll get to Trump. We'll get to Vice President Kamala Harris on video, Trump at the big dinner for Catholic Charities. So we'll talk about all of that. As far as the schedule today we're 18 days away, which is hard to believe. I don't know if Greg Stocker has the hourly count, how many hundreds of hours.
Yeah, earlier in the week it was 500 hours. So I don't know where we are now.
Do the math.
By the way, you know how we were arguing back and forth over whether or not it's the 2-year anniversary or the start of year 3 of the show?
Yeah.
Mike Opelka always sends out for us as well as other stations across the country and that do this format, kind of like a show prep email that he does.
Yep.
And he always has the count at the top of the email, how many days until the election. He's always 1 day ahead. He has 17 days till the election in this email. I have it in my big take copy here, the 5th word in, 18. And he and I have had a text back and forth arguing, in a lighthearted fashion for like a month now over the count. The count, you're right, Dawn. The count is 18. I believe it's 18. He keeps saying, no, that's not true. So I don't know what to think about the world anymore. If we can't agree on how many days there are till an election, society's doomed.
Hang on, I'm going to do because
what he's saying is until the eve. It's like Christmas. It's like this. If you were saying if it were 18 days till Christmas Day, usually you would say 17 days to Christmas. Christmas Eve. So he's saying right up until the eve because then there's election day.
No, you're right, Nick. It's 18 days.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And he's always 1 day ahead of us. When I say it's
wrong.
21 days, he says no, it's 20.
He's wrong. Yeah, that's
who's on first.
Yeah.
Because he's saying it's until the stroke of midnight. And then it's election day. It's 17 days until
I don't know what he's
election
saying. I have no idea, honest to God.
It's 18
That's
days.
what he's saying.
Okay.
It's 18 days.
He might have to make his point and explain his point in the YouTube chat or call in or connect with his comrades or we might have to go at it.
So today, former President Donald J. Trump, Vice President Kamala Harris traveling to Michigan, working to shore up support in that battleground state. So I know that first he's waking up this morning. This is the Good Morning, Mr. President. We know sometimes you watch. So Trump Tower in New York City after attending the Al Smith charity dinner last night. So he'll start out in Trump Tower, but then by the end of the day, head to Michigan. So I know we'll talk about all of that as well as Elon Musk. How about that in Delco? Pretty exciting.
The comments, I was reading one of the stories about it from crossingbroad.com yesterday, and the comments were just glorious. You had people that absolutely loved it, people that hate it because he used to be a, quote, lefty, and then you had the other people that were just commenting neutrally saying, where are we in American politics where Elon Musk is now on the Republican side? Never saw that one coming, so to speak. So it really is pretty wild. I think Elon Musk has comments for everybody.
Go.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was fascinating. Stands there, takes Q&A. I loved it.
Yeah, he's got Harrisburg and Pittsburgh still ahead this month.
Yeah, it's exciting. A lot of people getting those tickets. United Tire is our sponsor this morning. So do you need a pumpkin spice oil change? Not so much.
Hell no.
But what you need is the best price on name brand tires. And United Tire is doubling every manufacturer's rebate. So if tires have a manufacturer, let's say a $100 rebate, then you save $200. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. A stunning 70 degrees today, mid-70s and bright sunshine for your weekend, whether it's high school football, whether you're maybe having your own tailgate party for the Eagles on Sunday, 1 o'clock, via the Jersey Giants, whatever that looks like.
Jersey Giants.
Well, technically
that's right.
By the way,
right.
Michael Pelka's in the YouTube chat.
Michael, I'm trying to defend you.
17 days and 17 hours, and he says, yes, Nick, I'm always one day ahead of you.
Yes, on many subjects. But he's still wrong on that, though. It's 18 days.
Mike, you know I love you. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
He's absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
And next week, we are in for an unusual summer-like treat. We're in the upper 70s, nearing 80 degrees for just an unusual splatter of summer, if you will, warm weather. I still don't see rain in the forecast, so a beautiful fall-like forecast for us this weekend.
By the way, I mean, are we in an October drought? I mean, I can't tell you the last time it rained.
Yeah, they're calling it a mini drought.
It's almost, 2 weeks since the hurricane?
Yeah.
September was pretty dry, too.
It was.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, I heard that the best chance for rain is next Wednesday or something like that. And then if it doesn't rain next Wednesday or Thursday, the next chance for rain is Halloween.
Oh, great.
Great. Well, that stinks.
Yeah.
Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16, let's wrap up the week with one last Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, is it race that will decide the race? We're just 18 days away. That's right, Mike Opelka, 18 days away from the 2024 presidential election. And as we approach November 5th in a race that appears to be super tight, you cannot leave any stone unturned. Both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, they need to dot every I, cross every T to position themselves for a victory and the 47th presidency of the United States. Black, white, male, female, gay, straight, establishment versus the people, young, old, Hispanic, Jewish, Gen Z, millennial, Gen X, boomer. This race could come down to anything, and it could come down to a smaller margin than it was in 2020, which is wild to think about, considering the fact that 4 years ago, this thing was decided by just over 40,000 votes in 3 states. But today, I want to focus in on the black vote, as the comments made from Barack Obama are still humming on social media, and the mainstream media cannot stop commenting on them. And then you throw in the fact that Kamala Harris and her campaign have once again had to walk back statements in regards to her policy proposal for black male business owners, and you have full-blown racial hysteria in the political arena. But let me start with ESPN's Stephen A. Smith, who went off on Barack Obama for lecturing black men and guilting them, or attempting to guilt them into voting for a black female. Listen and watch this.
I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly now, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
I'm going to say it again, respectfully. What you said is not acceptable. Not to me, not to a host of black men out there. You see, what you're missing is that you're basically accusing black men who come up with a reason to not support Kamala Harris as engaging in misogyny. Whatever happened to disagreeing without being disagreeable, President Obama? What happened to that? All of a sudden, we want to challenge men and our love and our affection as black men for black women. We want to bring that into question because we've got an election coming up and people may have the temerity to think differently than you. It's because she's a woman that she's in danger of losing this election? Is it possible that the only reason some black folks, not me, may not be inclined to vote, or they may be a bit disenchanted, or dare I say may even be willing to go as far as voting for Trump? Is it possible that it's policy as opposed to misogyny? Is it possible that they looked at a Democratic Party that has locked in on addressing or not addressing immigration and folks crossing the borders illegally, and have prioritized focusing on that, along with other issues, identity politics and beyond, that has become such a focal point that has turned off folks in the African American community. Some, not most, not all, just
some. Credit to Stephen A. Smith, a man with a major platform, in fact, multiple platforms, for speaking out about this. And oh, by the way, you can argue that in today's media world and the content consumption business, you can argue that he's more influential and powerful than Barack Obama from a vocal perspective. Many people can see right through the Kamala Harris platform and the identity politics that have been attached to it for the last 4 years. That recently included her opportunity agenda for black men, which was a pandering, pathetic attempt to shore up support from the Democratic base with a key section promising the following, quote, 1 million loans that are fully forgivable to black entrepreneurs to start a business. It also included, if you read the proposal, legalizing recreational marijuana. And Americans see right through that. Now, some will gobble it up, and I don't begrudge you for doing so, but others are going to see it for what it is. Because first of all, what have you done for black America in your 3.5 years, almost 4 years now in office? And second of all, aren't you the person who locked up over 2,000 black citizens in the Bay Area as the California Attorney General over marijuana use? Well, now her campaign has had to walk that back. The Wall Street Journal reporting, quote, Kamala Harris's agenda for black men will be open to all, campaign says, because she's a total disaster, flip-flopping, incompetent, and a hypocrite. I don't think she's cut out for this role at this level of government. Rob Smith is a black conservative social media influencer and a U.S. military veteran. He joined Chris Cuomo on News Nation, of all places, and he had this to say about the black community and what Obama's trying to do to boost Kamala. Listen and watch this.
I was saying, you got to forgive a lot of things about Trump to vote for him. And you said, oh, yeah? How would it go over if he said, I'm going to give you free weed, black guys, go enjoy yourselves? That's what Harris's plan is. Yeah. Why isn't that working for you?
Well, the Harris plan doesn't work for me because basically if black men were a important thing to Kamala Harris, she would not be putting out this little 5-point proposal 3 weeks out of an election. She would not be going out of her way to talk to black men 3 weeks before the election, right? And like I said, if Donald Trump had put out a proposal that said, hey, black men, I want your vote. I'm going to legalize marijuana. Do you know what the Kamala Harris campaign would say about that? It's completely ridiculous. It's disrespectful to black men. And honestly, I don't think that they knew that they were going to get this blowback from the Obama comments where he basically shamed and denigrated black men for not being excited enough to go vote for Kamala Harris. So what black men are basically saying, and look, I'm not going to say that there's going to be this big groundswell of black support for Donald Trump. I think it's going to be more than 2020. But what black men are saying is you can't bully us, denigrate us, shame us into supporting this woman who may not align with what we agree with. And by the way, illegal immigration is also an issue for black Americans and all Americans. And black men know that the Biden-Harris administration, over 90 executive orders day one, loosened Trump's restrictions on that border, which allowed 10 million illegal immigrants who fled across this country. They're not going to penthouses in New York. They're going to working class black communities. And black men see that.
Politico with the following headline, quote, now I like him. Some black voters in Georgia see Trump as a real option. And black voters in Georgia are gravitating towards Trump, young and old. Politico spoke with many of these individuals, including Arthur Beauford, 28, from Marietta, who is leaving a family of Democrats to vote Trump. He says Trump is, quote, funny, entertaining, successful, brave, and he, quote, got it done the first time around. Joseph Parker is 72 from Albany, Georgia. He's in the twilight of his life. He will be voting Republican for the first time ever, citing the cost of living. Now, Trump nationally, 12% of the black vote in 2020. That mirrored the same number in Georgia. In Georgia 4 years ago, Trump got 12% of the black vote. But keep in mind, he lost Georgia by only 10,000 votes. even jumping up 1 or 2 points total this time around in Georgia, could easily flip Georgia back to Trump. And why is this happening? Why are more black voters, Hispanic voters, and even just first-time Republicans coming around to Trump? Well, that's because it's a different Republican Party. Will Cain of Fox and Friends Weekend on Fox News joined us yesterday, and he had this to say about the evolution of the Republican Party. Listen and watch this.
About one thing. When you talk about extremes, can you give me an example of, at least for this moment in time, on the right, how it's run by the extreme? Now, maybe some people listening to you this morning all of a sudden losing their mind and their ears are blowing steam. What are you talking about, Will? We've never lived in an environment where it's more extreme. And I would say, but on what? The rhetoric? Granted, I'll give you that. There has been some extreme rhetoric. But on the substance, on the policy, on the right, you have never seen a Republican Party pivot more toward moderate positions since the 1970s. You simply haven't. Whether or not it's from tariffs to abortion policy to gay marriage, you're looking at a Republican Party that has a broader tent than at any point, again, since the 1970s. And that has drawn in people like Robert F. Kennedy, because he would like to see less of an emphasis on foreign war. Elon Musk, because he wants a full embrace of free speech. And so it should land with people, but we are so captured by the personality of Donald Trump and defining ourselves by the rhetoric and personality that we can't see beyond it into the substance of this very, very, very unique moment in time where I think the traditional political lines have been scrambled. And we got to ask yourself, has it been scrambled to the extremes?
I think Will was spot on.
Point.
Will Cain with us. You mentioned
we
that.
can
get out of that. I was supposed to be trimmed off earlier. Will's spot on. I think Trump blends conservatism with some moderate policies with an American first populist agenda. Or if that makes your head explode, I can simplify it for you. It's just a common sense platform. But what is the magic number? In 2016, Trump got 6%. In 2020, Trump got 12%. So is the magic number this time around 15? Is it 18? Is it 20%? Is that a pipe dream? Athan Kutsarumbis joined me Tuesday and told us what the magic number is. Listen and watch this.
18% of the black vote in Pennsylvania, game, set, match, it's over.
18%. Okay. Trump and Hispanic voters, what is the magic number if the polls are accurate that he has gained with the Latino community?
Nationally, I've seen polls showing President Trump outright winning Hispanics.
I agree with Athan. If Trump gets 18%, it is likely over. If he gets 20% of the black vote, it is absolutely over. If it's 15%, my fear is that only neutralizes the female surge that we will see post Roe v. Wade. I don't think 15 is enough, but one thing I know for sure is that black voters, more than ever before, have had enough of the Democrats taking their vote every 4 years for granted. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get some reaction to that, and then also take a look at the swing state numbers right now, comparing 2020 to where we are in the 7 battleground states in the early process today. And also, the ratings are in. How big was it for Bret Baier and Kamala Harris? We'll discuss that when we come back. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
The following is a paid commercial message.
It's happening here in Pennsylvania. Sanctuary cities are releasing violent illegal immigrants onto our streets with the help of Bob Casey. Casey voted repeatedly to fund these dangerous sanctuary cities. Casey's policy let more illegals, more criminals loose in our neighborhoods, making our families less safe. Worse, instead of deporting criminal illegals, Casey voted to give them amnesty. Casey's amnesty would give illegal immigrants your Social Security and Medicare. That's right, Casey would give your benefits to illegals, but he'd also make you pay more. Casey voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. Seniors can't afford higher taxes? Bob Casey, taxing you to pay illegals. It's just another Casey con job. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. The Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got the chains to break. Holding you. Will you bother resist?
I love sticking people. Kayal and Company, 6:35. As we continue, Friday morning, the weekend upon us. We made it. We told you we'd get there. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Loaded show today. We're going to get to plenty of clips in the cut sheet this morning on all sorts of issues, all sorts of commentary, including the Al Smith dinner, and we'll weave some of those in as we continue throughout the morning. Sean Feist coming up at 8:30. I want to get to these ratings here, as well as where the early votes are coming in the swing states and what the advantage is for Democrats, and we'll do that in just a moment. But, Dawn, I was thinking, with the big take, with this Obama commentary is still resonating with many people throughout the political landscape and even crossing over into pop culture, entertainment, and sports, where anybody that is a black individual, male, female, big platform, small platform, have had their share and their say on this situation. But I think, honestly, and let me see if you agree with me on this, I think the reason that Trump is stronger than ever on this day in history, when you look at where he was compared to where he was in 16 versus Hillary and 20 with Joe, is because I actually think some, again, and it's not a majority, it's not a massive number, but I do think some common sense American citizens that are Democrats that still might even vote for Kamala Harris, no matter what group you identify with. And I hate the fact that we put people in boxes, but the left started that because it's about checking boxes. I feel like a lot of these people are seeing what's happening right now with the Democrat Party, where they cater to the fringes, right? They cater to illegal immigrants. They cater to fringe groups within the LGBTQ plus community. Whereas Trump's Republican Party and the evolution of it, especially this time around, compared to 4 years ago and certainly 8 years ago, is more broad in scope, right? Like, I think the GOP today, from left to right, from A to Z, is far wider reaching than it ever was. I think Will Cain made a great point yesterday. It's probably the most, I don't know if moderate's the right word. I don't know if diverse is the right word, but it's as close to whatever it was he was referring to 45, 50 years ago. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's, so for former President Barack Obama, I think that he's still popular, extremely popular among the very same men. But at the same point, I think that they look at him in a different light because now, he's a gazillionaire. He's a wealthy guy living out there on Martha's Vineyard. You know what I mean? So now he's not the same individual who they cheered on so many years ago.
He no longer has that underdog vibe to him, right?
Right. He's the man.
Like, he's at the top of the mountain now, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And
so he's living his best life. Kids are going to Ivy League schools. He and his beautiful wife Michelle they're living the American dream. So I think for the average Joe, whether you're the average Joe or the average Jamal, whatever that looks like, I think that you feel differently 20 years later. That you feel that he's somebody who, yes, is still one of the most popular modern day former presidents, but on the other hand, I just think they feel like, dude, we're not going to vote for somebody who we don't believe in, who we don't know. and we don't need you scolding us.
Yeah, I think
know?
it's just ridiculous that because you look a certain way, you talk a certain way, or you're from a certain portion of the country, that it's just assumed that you vote a certain way. And when you don't, you should be chastised for it, right? Like if you're an African-American male living in a major American city, Philadelphia, New York, Detroit, you decide to vote Republican. You shouldn't be shamed for that. Same thing like in the South. Now, I don't get it. I don't understand how somebody like James Carville, growing up in Louisiana, the raging Cajun, ends up a Democrat, but those people exist. I lived in the South. I saw it. You sit there and you try to judge a book by its cover, say, oh, that guy has to be a Trump supporter. And you're like, oh, wait a minute. That guy's a staunch Democrat. That doesn't make sense. Why is that? So, and this kind of goes back to, I guess, what we're talking about yesterday when we read the letter, that this letter has been going around from somebody on the left threatening Trump supporters, which, by the way, that went viral yesterday, which we talked about. We read the letter, and then websites like the Post Millennial and Jack Posobiec's website, I forget what his company is called, they picked up the story, and they were resharing, not the video or the audio of our show, but the actual visual of that letter, which to me just really illustrates the hypocrisy of where we are. And maybe that's just rhetoric. Maybe that individual or group of individuals that sent that threatening letter is just trying to intimidate, which is still against the law and still not right. Maybe it won't result in action. But Will Cain said yesterday that when you look at the Republican Party or you look at the fringes on both sides of the aisle, the rhetoric has gotten extreme. But when you look at the substance and the policy, if I'm quoting Will Cain correctly from that clip I played, it's more common sense and moderate than it's ever been before.
Yeah, and I think as far as the letter, that, just so you know, that continued throughout the day.
Mm-hmm.
People were calling in here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT throughout the day, kind of sparked people to call about it. I know the mid-morning there was a gentleman who called, runs a business. His secretary was afraid to, because she had been threatened. Different people who put out signs or participate, are known as conservatives or Republicans, and maybe they were not in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was taken aback a bit as our friend Linda Kearns, protectthevote.com, at some point, because I was just forwarding all the information, as was Jimmy Kelly, and throughout the day, all of our, call screeners to Linda, saying, hey, you're not alone. And that's an important piece of this. It's not just one person. It wasn't just Joanne. Turns out this is going on.
Yeah.
So you have a right. It's, as Linda called in yesterday here in Kayal Company, said this is a felony crime or multiple felonies. So that was something that was startling, that this is something going on.
Well, it's ranging, too, from county to county.
Yes.
In the story that the Post Millennial had, these letters are showing up not only in Montgomery County, over in my neck of the woods, but all the way over towards where Greg or Phil live in Bucks County.
Yes.
Yeah. So
and Chester County. We had calls from Chester.
Well, there you go. You got 3 counties already.
By the way, Linda Kern said she was, just to de-stress a little bit, she was listening to a little Elvis. Greg Stocker, I had to say that for Greg.
I love sticking people.
So she was, but she's a big attorney, and she can, take their information and she can properly report this.
Yep.
So for anybody, if you're listening right now and you have, been threatened like that, just reach out to us. We'll get the proper information to Linda Kearns. And by the way, these are not quote unquote Republican officials. These are just, bipartisan independent election officials that she's turning this over to. They're required to investigate and, keep everybody safe.
Yes, 855-839-1210 if you want to join the show. So the ratings are in for the Brett Baer Kamala Harris interview, and they were massive considering the normal ratings that the 6 p.m. hour gets with Brett Baer for his special report show. According to early Nielsen ratings, 7.1 million viewers tuned in to watch what was, quote, according to media at times, a contentious interview between the Fox anchor and the vice president. Within the advertiser's coveted demo of age 25 to 54, 882,000 Americans viewed this. And then they apparently...
So nobody watched it. I mean, that's the bottom. Out of 350 million people.
But what you have to do, see, this is the way I would look at it. special report with Brett Baer averages 2.5 million.
I know.
So it's like 3.5 times normal the size.
I'm in this, bro. Yep. I'm in this game. I spike the football too when I can.
Yep.
So like I understand all the games that are played.
Mm-hmm. They re-aired it at midnight, which added to that total to make it 8.5 million viewers, or 1.2 million in that 25 to 54 demo. The network averaged over 11 million viewers for Wednesday in total. So why did we get that bump? Why did we see all of those people tune in and stay tuned in? I had 3 takeaways from reading these numbers. Number one, I think conflict sells. I think we just love to see car crashes, right? We're on the Schuylkill. There's an accident. It's already slow. You don't need to make it any slower by turning your head and looking at the pile up. But we can't help ourselves, right? Radio. Why does Greg?
I love sticking people.
Because he's trying to create conflict, right? So I think conflict sells. And that thing was ripe for the picking right off the top, right? Yeah, that's going to be on the board for a long time.
I know.
And also, rarities sell. This was the first time Kamala Harris was on Fox News. And then lastly, one of the things that I was always taught growing up and learning how to do a radio show from basically nothing, because I didn't go to school for communications or journalism or broadcast media. I was a criminal justice and somebody that wanted to go to law school. Don't waste any time when you come on the air. Get right to it, especially in the last 15 years where people's attention spans have turned to mush. Nobody can stay focused on anything without. We used to look up in the clouds and, oh, look at that. Now all we do is we look down. We can't wait to grab that cell phone and stare at that damn device. I want to throw it in the ocean. And Brett wasted no time.
Agreed.
20 seconds in, he went, boom, let's go, immigration. What do you got?
So let me ask you guys. So last night on his program, he apologized for airing the wrong clip.
Now I have to rip him.
Phil, can you play cut 14 and what he said last night, Brett Baer?
I did make a mistake, and I want to say that I did make a mistake. When I called for a soundbite, I was expecting a piece of the enemy from within, from Maria Bartiromo's interview, to be tied to the piece from your town hall, Harris, where you asked the former president about the enemy from within. It just had the piece about the town hall, and just take a listen to what I meant to roll.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
My point was that we asked him the question about that sentence and what he was trying to mean.
Okay, so Brett Baer, much like myself,
he's lying.
Called for the wrong timestamps and clips.
Because, as we all know, because we do this for a living, if you roll the wrong clip, you say, wait, that's the wrong clip.
Right. And sometimes it's the person that pulled his fault, and sometimes it's my fault.
He threw his producer under the bus. He threw his producer under the bus.
Well, he didn't though, because he didn't say it was the producer, and so they were just supposed to edit the two together.
And they didn't.
But they only aired the one.
So do we have to give Kamala credit, because Kamala was the one that said that is she? I mean, for whatever it's worth, she pointed it out in that interview. You're playing the wrong clip. Do you remember that exchange?
Well, that's my follow up. If I'm Harris Faulkner, my follow up question is. To him is, did the vice president or her people know that you were going to put that clip together? Was she saying it's the wrong clip because she knew it was the wrong clip?
So you're okay. So now let's
do you know what I'm saying?
We have two Harrises here. We got to remember.
I know now.
Oh my Lord! You can explain anything, Dawn.
So we have Trump earlier in the day at 11 o'clock, right? Trump was on with Harris Faulkner. Brett Baer had Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Just so I can clarify, because I'm a little confused. Maybe the audience is confused. When you say Harris, are you talking about Harris Faulkner?
Oh, that's funny.
Or Kamala Harris?
I'm saying, did Vice President Kamala Harris
I just want to clarify.
And her people, were they informed that she would be reacting to some clips,
No.
such as a compilation clip of Maria Bartiromo edited together with the Today interview with Harris Faulkner.
It's such a minuscule point. They didn't even, everybody knows the clip. She knows the clip. They didn't need to roll it. I understand why they did, but they didn't need to roll it. But what I'm saying is that in within 3 seconds of him playing that clip, he should have known that it wasn't the right clip, and he should have either cut it off or said that wasn't the full thing that we were supposed to air.
Okay.
Which means that he's in damage control right now.
Well, I think two things I would say about it. Number one, and this is like inside the weeds, but number one, I think that because he knew my question is, sometimes you are so focused with them during the clip that did he realize that they didn't air the compilation? I don't know that he didn't realize that the thing he thought was going to air, which makes sense to me.
Right.
Because you're right. He could have said, you know what, we're working on that clip. We're working on the full clip, but he didn't say that. So maybe he didn't, because he's looking ahead to the next thing. And so that's another question I have. But zooming out really quick, I'm just going to say this, that what he's really trying to do is he wants her to come back. And this is another reason for him to reach out to he wants Trump on his show. He wants the vice president back on his show. And he made that clear at the end of it. He made it in the debrief. He wants to use this as an excuse to say, Madam Vice President, you're right. We want you to come back. We'll do it right. That's why he's not in damage control for himself.
Well, I don't think it'll happen again before the election. I think he could.
He wants it to.
I think. Well, what you want and what you get are two different things. I mean, I think that's a pipe dream. Now, if she ends up getting elected and becoming president, could I see her on with him again? Perhaps, but once you become the president, you don't have to try to, whatever she was trying to accomplish with that, whether that was to reach the Nikki Haley Republican, if she wins, then she's going to be like, I don't have to come back. I'm in office for the next 4 years. Go pound sand.
But think about for him, right now, CBS News, like 60 Minutes, everybody's saying they edited things, they did things right. ABC News. If I'm Brett Baer, I'm protecting my brand, like to the brand manager here, Greg Stocker. So what he's saying is, look, what motive did Brett Baer have to not air the full clip? What he's saying, this was a genuine mistake. I thought the dual clip, I apologize, because what he's trying to say is, look, I am fair. I'm really trying to be fair to all sides.
He shouldn't have said anything.
Now he loses.
I don't
points,
think it hurts him,
but he loses points with the Trump base now.
Agreed.
He's walking it back.
His apology is weak sauce. It really is. I don't think he should have said anything about it. You know what I mean? Say like it's such a, everybody knows the point. We didn't even need to play the clip. It's her answer was kind of BS. Do you want to hear her answer?
Yeah, let's hear this exchange because I think Bear asks the question and then she immediately, after the clip gets played, jumps down his throat, which to her credit, I mean, she must have been prepared for that because she says, no, this is the wrong clip, sir.
Yeah. Oh, wait, that's me.
Enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatened.
Right there. He introduces by saying Harris Faulkner had a town hall go. Like that is, he's completely lying. He's completely lying. And he doesn't need to. Just say, yes, that's a clip we aired. Who cares? Get over it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But Dawn's point, right, you're saying is that she said, that's not the clip you aired?
I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening.
It's coming up there.
They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. But think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
Well, he was asked about that specific...
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to you...
that was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that,
which is true.
And here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people.
See, so his
well, somebody at Fox is in the wrong, right? It's just a matter of whether or not there was intent.
but it doesn't. Everybody knows they didn't. There was no need to play the clips. There was no need to play it. It doesn't matter. It's such a minuscule point that okay, they played the wrong clip. Fine. You don't say anything.
So
don't say anything about it. Who cares?
Or here's the other piece of it. We are used to the format of, hey, let's play. Okay. Like if this happened with one of us, we'd say, okay, Madam Vice President, you know what? We do have that Maria Bartiromo clip. We will get to that, and then we'll play it with this. Like
we're more loosey goosey.
But they don't do that in network news.
I get you.
Do you know what I mean?
So do you not like the whole idea that Brett had tape ready to go on a variety of issues, or is it just this one in general?
But I think the Vice President's people wanted that. I think they wanted her to react to video clips, and I think they were ready for that. That's what I think.
I also agree that I do like it because you said it yesterday, Nick. You said they brought the receipts. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
This is what she said here. This is what. But for that, it's such a. Everybody knows what he said. So, like, why even play the clip? And then if you did play the wrong clip, just move on. Who cares?
Let me play devil's advocate with you. You assume everybody knows. So this is something we always bring up on this show. All of us live it and breathe it and know it. But that audience last 2 nights ago was 3.5, 4 times bigger than average. So maybe the casual person who says, oh, wow, this Brett Baer guy is going to have. I don't know anything about Brett Baer, but I know Kamala Harris typically would never be on Fox News. They tune in. They might be completely oblivious to these sound clips of receipts, right?
Yep. He made it. I was praising him yesterday, and I really said that anybody who questioned what he was doing or his journalistic integrity was coming at it from an insincere point of view. Today, with this insincere apology, I don't know, man. I don't. Okay. I think it just reeks of desperation. It reeks of insincerity. And he's lying.
Brett Baer,
he's lying.
I think
you said his job was on the line, right?
But I think that the Kamala Harris people were prepared for reactions to video clips, and the vice president was ready for the clip that Brett Baer is now apologizing did not air. That's what I think.
You think the Harris campaign was prepared for Brett to have some of those receipts? Because we were told that there was nothing told to the Harris campaign in advance.
Yeah, you can say we're going to air. You can at the very least you can say we're gonna have some video clips, and we're going to air those. That's fair game. I mean, as he said, he prepared 75 questions. That doesn't mean that you're going to reveal every question, but I think that I'm inferring from all of this that they were prepared to hear the clips and that she would be responding to that. That would be the format. Because you would say that. Yeah. The format is we're going to sit in 2 chairs, we're going to talk, but the format is we're going to air some clips such that you can react to them.
I typically try to be a prepared individual, but 75 questions for a 25-minute interview?
Well, that's
what the hell
was
he preparing for?
Why, if I'm the EP or the brand manager or whatever for this guy, and I'm saying you have 20 minutes or 25 minutes or whatever the allotted time was, and you're bringing clips, I'm like, scrap the clips.
Yeah.
Just ask questions.
Yeah.
Have the back and forth.
Yeah.
Clips waste time.
Yeah, they do.
But that's why her people wanted the clips. I think that was part of the agreement. It was part of the format. It was what she was expecting, and I think that was what triggered the Baer apology.
Lame that he apologized. Lame, and it's insincere, and he's lying. He's just lying because it's not. He didn't make a mistake. That's what they aired. He set it up that way. Mm-hmm. It's just it reeks of insincerity.
To your point, how do you prepare 75 questions as Mr. Due Diligence and then get the clip categorically wrong?
Exactly.
Because he doesn't control the clips. But to me personally, I still contend that the Harris people, the reason they were PO'd about this was that somebody, probably not Brett Baer personally, had said, yes, you can react to the Maria Bartiromo clip. And that's what's triggering him to take accountability because the average viewer doesn't understand the complexity of the fact that Brett Baer he's not pushing the audio, he didn't cut the audio.
Do you think he knows the clips in advance himself?
He should.
Or does his 14 producers just basically put that together for him?
Well, of course they put it together. They put it all together.
Right.
And so it doesn't really reflect on what clips he thought.
But
it's what the vice president's team believed.
He sets it up differently then. He says it starts with the clip with what's her name?
Yeah.
Maria Bartiromo. I don't know why I'm struggling with her name. Maria Bartiromo, and then it goes into his answer to Harris Faulkner.
I just struggle with her in general.
That's how he sets it.
All right.
Sets it up. He's lying.
All right. 855-839-1210. Look, we all make mistakes with cuts. You know, I wanted a black cut, and I got black and Hispanic in the big take. I blamed Phil. And in fact, it was my fault. So Brett Baer and I both have two things in common now. We got our cuts wrong, and we're both going to play golf later today. There you go. All right, news to kick off hour number 2, and then how the battleground states with early voting look right now compared to where we were 4 years ago, and other betting markets, not named Poly Market, which, by the way, went up to plus 24 in favor of Trump yesterday, which is starting to actually scare me, and it's starting to have my anxiety kick in, but that's a me problem. We'll get to that as we continue. Cut sheet at 7:45, and we're back after this.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
At California Psychics, we know you have your doubts about, well, psychics. After all, there's a lot of hocus pocus out there. From people who don't know their astrology from their elbow.
Your horoscope says you'll get the promotion. Oh dear, but you gotta watch out for flying pigs.
To tarot tricksters playing you for the fool. And fortune tellers who charge a fortune. That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you can get advice without developing a flying pig phobia. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s a part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to providing pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Carol. She says triglycerides are at an all-time low. It increased my well-being, while joint pains and muscle aches have decreased too. People like Carol have trusted Rescue with their health goals, and now it's your turn. For a limited time, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code OMEGA50, OMEGA50, to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company 704. It is hour number 2 here on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up in just about 40 minutes. Sean Feist, a.k.a. Donald Trump, at 8:30. And also, we've got the lock of the week. Yes. The McCausland lock of the week. We'll tell you about that coming up before we get out of here this morning. Also, I've got a great email. I'll tell you what, the thing I love about radio, and this is in sports as well as news and talk and politics, you could talk about the most, quote, important stuff that matters. You know, back in the day when I was doing sports, it was the Eagles. Now it's Trump. But it's the little things that the audience never forget, like going grocery shopping at Aldi. I'll tell you about that coming up in just a little bit. It's the damnedest thing. 855-839-1210. I could sit here and say a bazillion things about Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. I say one thing about my grocery store escapades, that'll stick with people for the rest of their lives. But before we get to that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good Friday morning, October 18th this morning. And in the news today, we have so much happening. I'll tell you that it's 46 degrees and clear skies. And I'll tell you when a big warm-up, a summer-like hot weather warm-up is on the way here in our region. So in the news this morning, so much happening with Philadelphia police investigating multiple incidents across our region and some follow-up stories as well for you. So first of all, we have a husband facing charges after his wife's body was discovered wrapped in plastic inside the closet of their Philadelphia home. A chilling discovery for detectives after the wife, Lola Karabeva, she has been missing. Neighbors reporting her missing, very suspicious of what happened. And as well, this mysterious video that detectives had found where you see her on October 12th, and she's outside her front door for several minutes, struggling to get the home's front door open, and then the video suddenly glitches off, stops, and nobody knew what happened to Lola. Where was their dear beloved neighbor?
Wow.
Well, now their suspicions have been answered as police say that they did discover her body, pulled her body out of the couple's home. They're on the 9,000 block of Diplomat Place. This is in the city's Bustleton section.
Awful. This sounds like something that would appear on Lifetime or one of those crazy channels with all these absurd stories.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So that we, as of this moment, I know that they took her husband into custody, and as of right now, they're charging him with abuse of a corpse. but there's not a charge such as a murder charge or anything of that nature because they're conducting the autopsy.
Okay.
So once they have the official cause of death and the causation, more information, that's when they're expecting more charges.
Charges for this guy.
For the husband who's in
Yes.
custody
Right.
now.
Okay.
They're saying that remembering her truly as an angel. Thank you, Jimmy. Jimmy Kelly so thoughtfully brings me water. You're such a sweetheart. And then we do have the follow-up. Philadelphia police still, there are so many active crimes that I could go all day with the follow-ups. In this one, it's a disturbing crime that we know the mayor, Mayor Sherrell Parker, as well as the police commissioner, had spoken out about this one because we think of our healthcare emergency workers, our nurses, our doctors, in many of our emergency departments in the city who are much like a triage unit. And so the disturbing story that happened in which three medical professionals were struck and in a hit and run situation in Philadelphia, that has raised so many eyebrows, so many questions. And in this one, we have one of those nurses still in critical condition this morning, 2 others seriously injured. That was after that Jeep Cherokee pulled up to the emergency department, Penn Pres Medical Center on Saturday. It was actually Saturday, 4:22 a.m. So it was in the wee hours of the morning, Saturday morning.
Ugh.
Pull up, and these emergency, and this is the overnight shift. And these guys run in, hey, please help us. Our friend was shot. So these 3 medical professionals, 3 nurses, they run out to assist. And apparently what we're hearing is as they were trying to help the injured shot person, that's when somebody realized the cops were on the way en route, and they speed off. And as they're speeding off in this Jeep Cherokee, they run over the 3 nurses and their quote-unquote friend who was the shooting victim.
The disregard for human life is just staggering, isn't it?
It is. So true. So this one, they've got a second arrest now of a suspect. This was all, of course, captured on video. Second arrest has been made. Still looking for the third guy. So that one's going on as well. And just some court cases to remind you about that are still happening as we look forward to many of the cases across the country. And that is, well, first of all, I'll say the America PAC event at Ridley High School's auditorium in Folsom, Delco, featuring Elon Musk. There was a huge U.S. flag. That was his backdrop. And a lot of the crowd, it was the standing crowd. They had seats, but they chose to pretty much stand the entire time, giving Elon Musk the standing ovation. But he created this America PAC, which just to, I believe, the Trump campaign, $75 million in donations. And so his main quote, I think, was that he told the crowd that this election is going to decide, quote, the fate of America.
Yep.
Along with the fate of Western civilization.
Wow.
My man's been burning through a lot of cash the last 2 years, huh? I think about that. $44 billion for Twitter, $75 million for a PAC.
Phil, can you play...
Richest man in the world.
Yeah.
Phil, can you play cut 32 here? This is the cut that Dawn was talking about Elon Musk yesterday in Folsom, Pennsylvania. Delco. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Cut 32, do you have it?
Not every day you get Elon Musk in Delco, do you?
Well, it's so funny because Diane, everybody was guessing, where's it going to be? And then Diane said, the only venue that could hold this many people is the high school. She was right.
Okay.
Do we have it?
I don't think so.
He spoke about the Second Amendment, crime in cities, immigration, and he also, one of the points that I thought, he took the questions from the crowd. Some of the most interesting questions to me were people talking about
it's my
eminent
fault.
domain.
It's my fault. I never sent.
Okay.
Yeah, just like me.
Okay, Brett Baer.
No, Phil's 2-0, and Nick and Greg are winless.
That's just a bad job out of me.
I know.
It's just a bad job out of me. I have it though. I can play it.
Myself, Greg, Brett Baer, we're all going to be playing golf together.
Spanking machine.
Oh, Jesus, it's just the worst. Just the worst.
But those independent-minded voters, those Trump voters, loyal, maybe would-be Trump voters, but they have questioned elections, questioned government, and kind of given up and lost the faith. Clearly, that's who he's going for. He's saying, no, your vote matters.
Yeah.
All right, I have the clip here.
All right. If there's 4 more years of sort of the Kamala sort of puppet regime, they're actually going to legalize so many illegals in the swing states that there won't be swing states anymore. And this will be the last election in that case. and will be a permanent one-party state like California. And you know, in California, which is mind-blowing, they passed a law banning voter ID for any election in California whatsoever. Now they're going to try to do that nationwide. In fact, if they can, they will do it nationwide. If the Dems win, they'll ban voter ID nationwide. So that's why I think if Trump doesn't win, this is the last election. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I gave you the stats about a week and a half ago of all the swing states where illegal immigration has soared in the last 4 years, 200, 300, 400%. Georgia, Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona. It's all by design, folks. Not random.
Well, speaking of design, Trump's attorneys back in court before Judge Tanya Chutkan, who denied the former president's request to delay until after the election. I mean, TikTok, whether you're Mike Opelka and you say it's 17 days, or whether you're everybody else, Nick and Greg, who say it's 18 days, we're down to the wire here before a major national presidential election. And by all accounts, generally speaking, things are paused, not in this case, because Judge Tanya Chutkan says that there's no delay that's going to happen. So she gave out a 5-page order, says there was a presumption that there should be public access to all the facets of criminal court proceedings, and she is moving forward despite many objections by Trump's team. I will point out to you this case. Where was the original filing? The original filing, if you think about Jack Smith's case here that he has brought forth against Trump, and this involves alleged election, interference, trying to subvert the transfer of power, which of course happened in January of 2020. Jack Smith filed these charges 3 years after that fact.
Right.
3 years later.
And these were filed in D.C.
Those were and those were the initial charges in August of 2023. Because I looked back, when were the first charges brought forth? Were they later in 2020? This happened
and this wasn't even the first case filed. Remember, the lawfare technically started in March of 2023 with the Alvin Bragg case. That was the first one that got the ball rolling.
But so this one, though, was DOJ.
Correct.
So this is Jack Smith.
Yep.
As 5
months later in August of 2023.
In August of 2023.
Correct.
And so you think about that, the timing of it, and that's part of the argument of the Trump attorneys to say...
Well, they're arguing that this is election interference and shouldn't be released until after. And I read Chutkan's quote yesterday where she is saying, it would be election interference for me not to reveal what is in these 5 pages.
So the two sides now debating whether the conduct alleged in this indictment, because remember the Supreme Court rulings and everything, whether it's still protected by presidential immunity. And so that will, at the end of the day, be made by Chutkan. Trump's lawyers saying they will again seek to have this entire case thrown out on presidential immunity and other grounds. Remember, on October 7th, and this is important, we talked about SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States. They began their new session, and they left a lot of space on their docket. Will this be an emergency appeal prior to November 5th? Something we're just following up on that we're always watching for all of this.
Yeah, people were tweeting me the link to the story last night saying, is this the October surprise?
No.
I mean, this is not going to change anybody's opinion election voting wise. In fact, the fact that they're dropping it on a Friday, I guess it's supposed to come out at some point today, tells me it's something that they're trying to hype up that won't land.
Yeah, so
just my read on the situation.
Yeah, so we're following it. And Elon Musk talked a lot about the United States Constitution. How much is the Constitution valued at? Maybe Elon bought this rare copy of the U.S. Constitution. It sold for $9 million, and only 8 copies of this particular document are even known to exist. This is the only one known to be a privately held copy. So this rare copy of the U.S. Constitution, printed 237 years ago, and then it was sent to the states to be ratified, sold for $9 million at this auction in North Carolina. So Brunk Auctions. Why was it delayed? It's because this was salvaged. It was saved, thank goodness, from obviously in Asheville, North Carolina, where the hurricane hit. And so initially the auction was supposed to be earlier. They had to postpone it because of the storm and everything, but it went for $9 million. $9 million.
I got to tell you, if I had $9 million, as much as I love the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, I'm probably not purchasing the Constitution. I'll just print one off the website for free.
That's good. I guess if you've got that kind of,
of course, yeah.
You know what I mean? If you got that kind of money, what the heck?
Exactly.
By the way, just tweeted out from our station at 1210 WPHT, our station account on Twitter or X, was the discussion we had yesterday about the Janet from Penn Valley and the letter, since we were the first to do it, and then everybody else copied. And then Nick Kayal decided to amplify the version that wasn't from 1210. It was from some hacky website. I appreciate that. Maybe if you can amplify the one that we did, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, his heart was in the right. He wasn't thinking about promotion. He was thinking about
I'm just sticking
standing
people.
up for the people.
Yeah, relax. I love sticking people. Relax.
Sticking people.
YouTube,
take care of this guy for me.
In all seriousness, everybody out there who has an X account, please share it.
Yeah.
Because I want to get the word out there. And if Nick and Dawn can share it as well, that'd be great.
Yeah. We'll do. ProtectTheVote.com. And we'll continue to stay up to date with Linda Kern and how many of these people are. I think the good news out of this, seriously, is that maybe it all started with Nick reading Joanne's letter. Joanne thought that maybe she was alone, and I think the important piece is you're not alone. And as people come forth, this will spark an investigation. Hopefully, shut this down.
I want to be a part of this. I want the letter to show up in my mailbox, preferably as the person's trying to stick it in the box.
So you can stick it to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Bob and Wayne PA, who called in yesterday, did send me his letter that he got, and I forwarded it over to Linda Kern. So
okay, very good.
So this morning, I'm looking at the forecast. 71 degrees for your today, just a beautiful sunny day. Tomorrow for your Saturday, 74 degrees. And then Sunday, we start out this summer-like stretch, 77 degrees. Next Monday and Tuesday and into next week. But Monday and Tuesday, we're in the 80s, if you can imagine.
Wow.
There is a slight chance for some rain on Wednesday, 79 degrees, but still an unusually warm, lovely summer-like week as we head into fall. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, John, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, one of our best listeners with an email. Let me grab my read here. We got to get to...
Was that your yoga stretch?
Yeah, no, that was just I'm getting too old and too fat to reach my copy. A great message from one of our listeners about Aldi, because we've all been impacted by inflation and the cost of groceries. If you're looking for a lot of bang for your buck for Thanksgiving, one of our great listeners is going to tell you how you can get a great deal.
Wow.
I'll
I love
that.
this.
This is amazing. And this credit has to start with Dawn, because I was never an Aldi guy until Dawn, brought that up. I was also never interested in going for a physical and a checkup at a doctor, and then Dawn got me to that.
We got to take care of Nick.
Yeah. Dawn's like Dawn's like my mom and my wife at work. It's unbelievable. All right, but first a word from the Piazza Auto Group. Recently, stopped out there. It was actually 3 Fridays ago for the Piazza Auto Group in Bellwood at their company golf outing, and they asked me, before you get out there and you have a cold one and a couple of hacks on the course, do you mind test driving a couple of vehicles? And I was like, yeah, of course not. Well, let's do it. The Honda Prologue. How about this one? As a Honda owner myself, the Ridgeline, the truck, this was pretty cool. An all-electric SUV, and it's very spacious. It's very powerful, with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge, and a charge fast time. And you can cruise the roads like I was, worry-free. It has 3 charging options to choose from, which include a portable charging kit that you can take with you when you're on the go. You can lease the Prologue today, forget this, for as low as $279 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, or shop online anytime today. PiazzaHonda.com.
FanDuel, that's right. By the way, at the end, somewhere around 9:50 or so, Nick, Dawn, and myself will all have picks for Sunday. The Philadelphia Eagles at the New York Giants. It looks like the Eagles are favored by 3. I would take the Eagles -3 on this. Also, if you want to do a same game parlay, by the way, this is all courtesy of FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. When you get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. So plunk $5 down on either the Eagles -3, or you can take this 3-leg same game parlay, combine them all together. I would take Saquon Barkley on for an anytime touchdown. I think he's going to have a big game against his former team on Sunday. I would take him on the under for rushing yards. He's not hit. I think his total is like 86 yards so far this season per game. And Jalen Hurts on the over for passing yards. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Jalen Hurts here for Window Nation. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace the windows in your home, now's the time.
Right now at Window Nation, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, you could save big with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtua Health.
Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I thank them for keeping me alive.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
And Virtua is one of the best centers in the country for minimally invasive orthopedic surgery.
I had the hip replacement of the future. I'm back, baby.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
The following is a paid commercial message.
It's happening here in Pennsylvania. Sanctuary cities are releasing violent illegal immigrants onto our streets with the help of Bob Casey. Casey voted repeatedly to fund these dangerous sanctuary cities. Casey's policy let more illegals, more criminals loose in our neighborhoods, making our families less safe. Worse, instead of deporting criminal illegals, Casey voted to give them amnesty. Casey's amnesty would give illegal immigrants your Social Security and Medicare. That's right, Casey would give your benefits to illegals, but he'd also make you pay more. Casey voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. Seniors can't afford higher taxes? Bob Casey, taxing you to pay illegals. It's just another Casey con job. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.30 Friday morning. It is Kayal and Company. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Sean Feist will join us at 8:30. Still have so much to get to. Way behind schedule this morning, but that's fine. Means we're having good conversation. Also, still ahead, if we have time, Gen Z does not know what happy hour is. That's the story.
It's funny. We were just having this conversation yesterday about how workplaces now, you know what I mean? Like, there used to be events at night. People used to go out and do things. And, like, it used to be, when I started here, man, we had a happy hour Maniac every Friday night.
Really?
Yeah, it was, we were all in our 20s then.
Well, yes.
So it was different. But, even the 20-year-olds that work here now, nobody does that anymore.
No.
And it's such you're missing out on such a great part of
your life,
the work experience.
That too, yeah,
is bonding with coworkers. You know what I mean?
Yes. We'll get to that story coming up, and also, if we have time, for the first time in 6 years, Victoria's Secret brought back their lingerie fashion show, and it was still an epic disaster because they couldn't get away from what has driven their company into the ground with identity politics. We'll get to that story, hopefully at some point.
And I have all the clips from the Al Smith dinner that we will play. We literally, guys, I don't know if you can see my cut sheet here. Let me see here. 33 cuts.
33?
Oh, my gosh.
All right. You're like halfway towards Brett Baer. Look. Brett Baer had 75 questions for Kamala.
Yeah.
Stalker's got 33 cut sheets for the audience.
And we have Sean coming up at 8:30.
That's right. That's right. All right, I want to read this email because this is great, and I think this was something that every single person listening could probably benefit from. So Stalker got an email yesterday that he forwarded along to me, and the subject of the email, so this is going to be much more pleasant than the email we read yesterday with the hatred from that letter that's getting sent out all throughout the different counties here about hatred and possible physical violence for Trump supporters. This one is titled Aldi Happy Pre-Thanksgiving Message for Nick.
Woo!
Yes. Dawn Stensland, thank you so much, dear, for enlightening me and telling me about Aldi. As somebody who's known about Aldi for pretty much 30 years of my life, I remember seeing him in Wilson, PA, right on the border of Easton and Wilson in the mid-'90s. And the thought was, well, if you grocery shop at Aldi, that's where the poor people go, right? Well, you know, everybody is feeling the pinch these days with the cost of groceries. So Jeff sent this email. And he says, "Hi, Greg. I'm a YouTube subscriber, and I listen to the morning show pretty much every day now that I just retired. I really enjoy it. Nick often marvels at how much he likes Aldi so much. I do not have his email address, but can you please forward the Aldi Thanksgiving news item to him? I think he'll enjoy reading it. Maybe we could tweet the link out. It's from the USA Today. He says, if you or Nick can let me know you received this, that would be great and appreciated. So I know maybe he will even mention it on the show too. So thank you very much, Jeff. We will mention this. And Aldi, or as they say in the article from USA Today, Aldi's, 'S, will have a Thanksgiving dinner bundle at the lowest price in 5 years. And this is almost too good to be true. I'm going to give you these specifics. And like, I get it, you know, certain people like to have a huge spread, 25 people. Maybe some of you go out to eat on Thanksgiving. I've never gotten into that. I prefer the whole family dynamic setting. But you can eat for less, where Aldi shoppers will be able to feed 10 people for less than $47.
What? Why 47? Is this a Trump 47?
I thought, you know what?
Subliminal?
Yeah, I think you might be right. With Aldi's 2024 Thanksgiving bundle, the company announced on Wednesday, that's less than $4.70 per person, and it's actually lower, think about this, than the store's asking price back in 2019, pre-pandemic, pre-Biden-Harris, pre-ridiculous inflation, Donald Trump. Prices are valid from Wednesday, October 16th to Wednesday, November 27th. So you got about a 5.5 week stretch here, Aldi says. This year, Thanksgiving is on Thursday, November 28th. The company's Thanksgiving basket shopping list includes, so get this, so for 10 people and less than $47, you get a 16-pound butterball turkey. Yeah. Spices, gravy, rolls, mac and cheese, stuffing, as well as the ingredients for cranberry sauce, mashed potatoes, sweet potato casserole, green bean casserole, and pumpkin pie.
Wow. And by the way, this is not a commercial for Aldi's. They're
No.
not a sponsor. We're just...
Yes. Just trying to help the people, get a 10-party family gathering for under a 50 spot.
Wow.
How about that?
Look at that.
Reports showing that grocery prices are up 50% across the industry on hundreds of items compared to 2019. Shoppers will get welcome relief at Aldi on their favorite Thanksgiving fixings, the company wrote in their news release. Every day at Aldi, we're focused on finding ways to deliver the lowest prices possible, blah, 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 blah. With 25% of U.S. households now shopping at Aldi, we know grocery prices need to come down. I see. Now that's great information right there. 1 out of every 4 American households are relegated to Aldi.
Yeah,
relegated.
And I'll tell you, it's not an ad for them, but produce-wise, I have no problems. You know, bread, bagels, dairy, milk. My daughters love those. Mozzarella, the cheese, the string, the cheese sticks, the string cheese. Yeah, all that stuff. Now I don't buy my. I haven't bought steak in a while, regardless. But I'm not going to buy my beef and stuff from. I'll go to a different place for that. But for the basic stuff, even when this economy rights the ship, hopefully, eventually, sooner rather than later. Even when I'm done paying off some bills I'm trying to pay off, I'm going to keep going to Aldi for some of these items. I'm done wasting money at a Giant or at some of these other places, the Wegmans, Whole Foods.
It's totally in.
Yeah,
He's all in.
I'm in.
EKZ, who by the way hates me, but this is an amazing thing that he put in the YouTube chat. The thing with all the Thanksgiving deal is that all the food will expire on November 29th.
Well, eat up, kids. Let's go. Shovel it in.
You win YouTube,
there you go.
Even though you hate me. It's all good.
The thing with Aldi, too, is that they're German-owned. They actually try their very best to have products that don't have all of the ingredients that we talk about that RFK Jr. and others want to ban the dyes and so on because those foods are not allowed in Germany or Europe.
Yeah.
Does RFK Jr. want to impregnate the turkey?
Stop.
Yeah, he wants to stuff the
disgusting.
butterball.
I mean, I'm just taking a quote from him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe he'll throw out some turkey carcasses in a park in New York somewhere. This psychotic individual.
Once again, Greg Stocker is correct. Thank you. I'm just gonna say, total creep.
But seriously, I would like to challenge even the wealthy members of our audience. My sister goes to all these little high-end grocery stores. Yeah, what, you think you get a better banana for twice the price elsewhere? No. Bananas are bananas, right? The only difference is organic versus not organic.
I
right?
can hear the sales department right now flipping out that we're having.
Oh, I know.
That we're giving an 8-minute commercial to Aldi.
It's a great commercial for them, by the way, isn't it?
But
How
tell
about
your
that?
sister that their stuff, it's not cheap processed stuff.
Yeah.
It's the opposite. They
Yeah.
try to do fresh. They try to do foods that you would find in European countries where
Yeah.
all those nasty ingredients that are highly processed,
But, like, you know,
bromelain, bromate or whatever.
You start to realize as you get older, right? Like, oh my God, the money like with coffee. I've told you, I don't go through drive-thrus anymore for coffee. I get my coffee at a grocery store, and I get the coffee at the free machine here at Odyssey. I'm done paying $5.79 for a cup of coffee. Like, you don't and maybe this is a midlife crisis, or I'm just trying to finally figuring out the way to be more financially savvy.
I mean, with your genes, it's kind of an end of life, isn't it?
Well,
Really
that's true.
midlife.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, I've got 19 years left. I've got to figure it out eventually. I'm on the 14th hole of life already. I'm approaching the green. I've got an hour left to play before the sun sets.
I love you, buddy.
It's unbelievable. I'm done. I will never spend money on stupid stuff again.
Such a dark show, man.
855. Although here's the thing with coffee, I still reserve the right to buy a coffee at an airport. You have to buy coffee when you're at the airport.
Okay.
No matter what time you're flying.
No matter what the price is as well. I'm done paying $6 for a cup of coffee unless I'm traveling in this country.
Gotcha.
All right. Now that people know that, then we can get back to business. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Marilyn in Delaware. Not Marilyn in Maryland, but Marilyn in Delaware. And she loves grocery shopping as well. Hi, Marilyn.
Hello. How are you guys?
I'm well. Marilyn, you and I should go together like on a grocery store thing, and we could like film it for YouTube. I think it would go viral.
That'd be cute.
Yeah, we should go to Aldi's because you're talking about coffee.
Yeah.
I get their bottled coffee. It's only $1.79, and it tastes just as good as Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts.
Is that right?
Used to do.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. And
Yes.
how many ounces is the jug?
Hold on.
She has it in front of
You're
her.
going to make me go.
This is like product
You're gonna make
placement.
me-
This is like the Truman
Hey.
Show.
Go over to the refrigerator.
My husband,
Tell us what's in there.
listen.
Hey, this
I'm
sounds
telling them about
yeah,
the
exactly.
cookies.
This sounds better than me
My
reaching for a live
husband-
read.
Yeah.
Nick,
Yeah, go ahead, Marilyn.
Nick.
Yeah, I got you.
Nick.
thank you. Now listen.
Listen.
My husband, Gregory Fowler, is a cheat man. He's the one that got me watching your show.
Mm-hmm.
He's mad because I said he's cheap, but he's not. He just shops well.
I'm fiscally conservative.
Yes.
Yeah.
And 13.7 flavored ounces for $1.79.
Okay.
And it's iced latte.
Iced latte.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What's the sugar count on that?
Yeah. Yeah, Marilyn, I just like it straight up black. I don't need all the sweetener.
He likes it black,
he
Marilyn.
buys his coffee there. You can get regular black coffee there.
Good.
Yeah.
No whining. Just go, and their meats are better.
Oh, okay.
What's in the fridge, Marilyn?
Yeah, what do you got in there? Do you have any
love
do
Marilyn.
you have any spoiled produce in your crisper?
No.
I had a little bit of that. I had a little bit of that yesterday, Marilyn. Thank you so much for the call. There was a head of lettuce in there. It was starting to go bad. It was all saw. I tossed it. Yeah, Kristen wasn't happy about that. You eat that.
I think you should isolate Marilyn going, Nick, pay attention or whatever
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
like, isolate that.
Yeah, Jimmy Kelly will have that on the board in about 9 minutes. It's true, by the way. 855-839-1210. All right, Al Smith dinner last night. Trump was hysterical. Kamala was zooming it in. We'll give you all the sound bites as we continue. And maybe the yuck fest between Trump and Schumer. What were those two chatting about? We're back after this here on a Friday morning.
Oh, we are off to paradise once again, the Italian Riviera, on a gastronomical event which only conservative tours can deliver. I hope you join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours. They are hands down the best tour operator in all of Italy. A+ rating with the BBB, the Better Business Bureau, Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre, $53.78. Yeah, and that does include your airfare, $53.78. We're talking dining events at wineries in Tuscany, visiting an authentic farm to see how Parmesan cheese is crafted by hand. Call toll-free, 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see my picture there, and the description of most of the places, all the places that we're going to go, hidden Italian villages you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. And then we'll conclude on the Lakes region. This is gorgeous, with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Cinque Terre. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
if she ever found out about you and I. Oh, but her love is cold. It wouldn't hurt her if she didn't know. 'Cause when it gets too much, I need to feel your touch.
Mustard. Scaling Company 748. It is a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg getting you ready for another beautiful weekend. Cut sheet coming up here in just a few moments. Sean Feist live from Nashville at 8:30. We've got our lock of the week. We've got Today in Music History and a slew of stories that we have yet to get to. We'll try to weave those in where they fit best.
And we're going to do, me, you, and Dawn are going to give our picks for the Eagles and Giants.
Yes,
this weekend, right?
Yes. Saquon Barkley returning
Yeah.
to MetLife Stadium in the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey. But before all of that, let's get to a lot. It's a loaded edition. It's still less than 50% of what Brett Baer would have prepared, but it is the Cut Sheet on a Friday morning.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease a 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. See store for details. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Okay, let's start with the Al Smith dinner last night. I want to start with, we have a ton of Trump. We have all of it. But I want to start with Jim Gaffigan because I really think he did a great job last night.
Okay.
Jim Gaffigan. Let's start here with cut 25. Phil, we'll just kind of go through these in a little rapid order. Cut 25, Phil, go.
You know, this event has been referred to as the Catholic Met Gala. 22% of Americans identify as Catholic. Catholics will be a key demographic in every battleground state. I'm sorry, why is Vice President Harris not here?
Oh, man.
Wow.
I mean, consider this. This is a room full of Catholics and Jews in New York City. This is a layup for the Democratic nominee. I mean, in her defense, she did find time to appear on The View, Howard Stern, Colbert, and the longtime staple of campaigning, the Call Her Daddy podcast. You know what I think it is? I think she doesn't like me. Chuck, do I have bad breath?
Chuck,
But I love New York.
Yeah, it was pretty good, and it's a missed opportunity for Kamala Harris. It's an opportunity for her. Now, I don't think she's capable of this, but the opportunity was there to show that you can be self-deprecating, that you could be funny, you could take pot shots at Trump, you could take pot shots at Democrats, you could rip anybody under the sun, and beyond all of that, it's history. It's a tradition. And I don't know, like this, I don't know what she had planned up in real time last night for that to take precedence over what she could have been done last night. Missed opportunity on her part.
Agreed.
Totally missed opportunity.
Agreed.
Somebody in her campaign staff might have advised her, but if it slipped through the cracks, which I don't think it did, somebody should be fired.
By the way, I think we're being throttled again on YouTube, not being in people's algorithms. So everybody watching right now, please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. Everybody watching, I see all you people watching. There's a huge discrepancy. Please hit the like button so we get in people's algorithms because, once again, YouTube screwing with us. One more, I have a couple more. This is cut 26 on Democrats being so concerned about Trump threatening democracy. Cut 26 goes. It's a great line.
Yeah, this has been an interesting presidential campaign. The Democrats have been telling us Trump's re-election is a threat to democracy. In fact, they were so concerned of this threat, they staged a coup, ousted their democratically elected incumbent, and installed Kamala Harris. In other words, All her dreams have come true. It really makes you consider the power of prayer, right, Cardinal? Sometimes prayers take 3.5 years and a George Clooney op-ed.
Wow.
Oh, man.
I don't know who's angry, but I don't care.
Good for you, Jim.
Anyway.
It's amazing.
Yeah, he's referring to the New York Times op-ed that Clooney wrote on behalf of Obama.
Here's the thing that I believe Brett Baer should have said to Kamala Harris. And look, I'm playing armchair quarterback because, I'm not in that situation. But here's what I would have said. Why did it take George Clooney to write an op-ed for everybody? Like, you were with him every day.
Mm-hmm.
Why did George Clooney realize it and you didn't?
Yes.
Because if you remember in that article, George Clooney said he's not the same Obama or he's not the same Biden that I knew a couple years ago.
Yes, because they covered it up, and she was in on it. She was complicit, and she was, quote, the good soldier. So now that they reward her, they elevate her. To me, again, the two most undercovered stories in the last 5 months from the mainstream media is, to be honest, they didn't cover the Trump assassination attempt nearly as long enough as they should have, and then also the subversion of democracy.
Yep.
You can't be the media shoving threat to democracy down the American public's throat for 3.5 years. And then when Joe Biden gets 95% of the vote in the primary and 14 million votes, and they say your vote doesn't count, we'll tell you who you're going to be rooting for. And they don't cover it. It's unbelievable.
One more from Jim Gaffigan on President Biden not being there. Cut 27, Phil, go.
This, of course, is a Catholic event honoring Governor Al Smith, who in 1928 was the first Catholic to run on a major party. To put that in perspective, in 1928, Chuck Schumer was a first-term senator. Thanks for sitting here, Chuck. Of course, Joe Biden was our second Catholic president, right? After JFK, President Biden couldn't be here tonight. The DNC made sure of that.
Man. With Bob Kraft in the front row.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
I guess I'm the only one that reads history.
That's amazing.
You got Robert Kraft, Trump, Melania. I see Bartiromo. It looks like Martha McCallum directly behind Gaffigan. Yeah. No, this is great. And this is where I'm one of these people that I think there's nothing off limits in a comedian-like setting. Anytime you're going to a comic show, which, by the way, one of the stories that I had lined up that we're never going to get to, but I'll just mention it here. Andrew. Sorry, no, it's fine. It's not your fault. Andrew Schultz got canceled at 2 appearances apparently scheduled for his show in New York City. Why? Well, the presumption is because he had Trump on his podcast. Remember we played you clips last week of Schultz having the podcast with Trump? Well, now all of a sudden he had stuff lined up on his schedule to appear and do some bits at some establishments in New York City, and randomly they are no longer welcoming him.
Trump did a great job. We played a clip this morning at 6:04. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We start at 6 a.m. This is cut 17, Phil. He addressed Schumer here with a pretty funny line. Cut 17, go.
Isn't it sort of exciting, right? It really, isn't it just exciting what's going on? It's a process. It's a rough process, too. Not so pretty, and yet sometimes very beautiful. But the press is reporting that Democrats are starting to panic. They're panicking. They are panicking because, the votes that are coming in very, very strong a certain way. I won't tell you what way that is, but Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum. Doesn't he look glum? He looks glum.
Pats him on the back.
But look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president.
Come on, that's a great line. That is a great line.
And I actually said, do you mind if I do that? And he said, no, you got to do what you got to do. He's a pro. He's a professional. And he's a good man, actually. I hate to say it.
Wow.
Don't ever use it against me, please. I'll say this dinner was really setting me back when I say that. But I've known him a long time. There's a group called White Dudes for...
By the way, Trump started off by saying, I didn't pull it, but he started off by saying that he gave the first check to Chuck Schumer. Donald Trump gave his first check to Chuck Schumer, who was running for Senate then, I guess.
I mean, back in the day when Trump was the rich guy who everybody sucked up to.
Yes, he said he went to Long Beach Island, and he had an office there or whatever like that, and he gave him a check. It was the first check he ever gave.
So Trump sits there and says, Chuck Schumer, don't hold it against me, is actually a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, we talk about politics being wrestling, and it's such a charade. Now, I don't know that Chuck Schumer is a good guy, nor do I think some Republicans in office are good people. I think they're all self-maniacal, egotistical jerk-offs, but that's just me. But, doesn't that just go to show you that, like, in that setting, you have all of these people that have accused Trump of being Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, threat to democracy, and they're able to yuck it up with him at the end of the day. Same thing with Trump. He actually has the guts to sit there and say, Chuck Schumer, I've known him for a long time. He's a good guy. And you know who this really makes look bad? The current administration. I mean, Joe Biden's not there. Kamala Harris is not there. And what it says to me more than anything is Republicans, and this is along the lines of what Will Cain was talking about, of the broadening of the scope, the 50-year window, looking back at where Republicans were in the 70s versus now. Republicans can be self-deprecating. They can be energy. Democrats are so serious and have a stick up their butt about everything. It's really remarkable. And I said this to start the show. I couldn't do what Trump did last night. I mean, I've had damn near 2 bullets take my head off because, in large part, I believe it's the rhetoric they use, and yet he's able to pat the guy on the back.
Yep. Yep. It's just, I said this to start the show. The whole, and I don't know if Jimmy Matthews is listening, but he said in the chat the other day, in the YouTube chat, that he's just like Hitler. That was a room full of Democrats. That was a room full of Democrats. They're all sitting in there yucking it up. Would they do that with Hitler?
They're all acting like he's the president.
Yeah.
They're all sucking up to him.
That's a really good point. Is the fact that they all were, I mean, if we just played you that, let's just say we did a still shot. Forget the content and the words and the stories that are being mentioned that are relevant to now. But if we were just to roll that with the mute button on, you might think that was 2018, right? Like you're just sitting there because Trump really hasn't physically aged that much. You see him handling the whole room, Democrats giggling.
Well, let me just say this. Let me just do this because we have a ton of Trump clips and that I want to get back to. But since you're saying that, Kamala Harris, Phil, this is cut 28. Kamala Harris could not be there, did not. And was there a reason given why she wasn't there? Does anybody know?
No, and this was not a last second. We reported, Dawn reported this weeks ago that she would not be attending.
Because Cardinal Dolan said something like, the last presidential nominee that didn't attend was Walter Mondale, and look how that worked out for him.
Okay.
But she did give a pre-recorded video.
Well, of course, got to read from a script.
Super cringe, and it had Molly Shannon in it. Do you remember Molly Shannon from SNL? Yeah. She played the that
Catholic
character,
schoolgirl.
Yeah, with the
sometimes when I got really nervous.
Yeah, she
smell her hands.
She puts her hands in her pits and smells them.
Yes, pits.
Cut
with a P.
P. Yes, thank you, Nick.
Yes, pits.
Cut 28, Phil. Go.
Your Eminence and distinguished guests, the Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catherine Elliott. Mary Catherine Elliott. It's so nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Mary Catherine. Right now I'm trying to record my speech for tonight's dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say that I'm Catholic, and tonight is one of the biggest dinners next to the Last Supper.
It is a very important dinner, and it's an important tradition that I'm so proud to be a part of.
Sometimes when I get nervous, I stick my fingers under my arms, and I smell them like that.
It's kind of weird.
Tell me something. I'm giving a speech. Do you have some thoughts about what I might say tonight?
My feelings about what you should say tonight would be best expressed in a monologue from one of my favorite made-for-TV series.
Okay, let's hear it.
Don't you see, man? We need a woman to represent us. A woman brings more heart, more compassion, And think how smart she must be to become a top contender in a field dominated by men. It's time for a woman, bro. And with this woman, we can fly.
What series was that from?
Oh, that's from House of Dragons, now streaming on HBO Max.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
Indeed, especially thy neighbor's election results.
Just so you know, there will be a fact checker there tonight.
Oh, that's great. Who?
Jesus. And maybe don't say anything negative about Catholics.
I would never do that, no matter where I was. That would be like criticizing Detroit in Detroit.
Does it bother you that Trump guy insults you all the time? Because it really bothers my friends and me.
Oh, Mary Catherine, it's very important to always remember you should never let anyone tell you who you are. You tell them who you are.
This is like without
painful.
a laugh, like without laughing, it is.
Yeah.
It's
right.
First of all, I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion. Molly Shannon, one of the least funny people on SNL. She's horrible, completely overrated.
I would agree.
Terrible. Her character sucked. She just wasn't funny.
The only skit I used to like her in was the male and female cheerleader bit with Will Ferrell.
Wasn't funny in that either.
You
Taco
don't like that one?
burrito.
No.
Got something in his Speedo.
Yeah, horrendous. She was horrendous. And by the way, you can tell because she had no career after SNL.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, people who are talented on that series go on to do other things.
That's correct.
She never did.
Right. Or you're like Kenan Thompson and you stick around for 20 years because you never launched off into anything else bigger.
Yeah, Road Warrior says it should have had a laugh track or something. I agree.
Yeah.
There should have been something to it because it's just...
But she's not fun. You know, I don't know what... You could doctor it up all you want. You can put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig.
Yeah.
Kamala's not funny. She's not self-deprecating. She can't go off script. Do you think she could sit there with the limited note cards that Trump had and land some of the jokes that Trump was able to do? Do you think Trump... Trump was actually able to make it funny, ripping Chuck Schumer saying he could become a woman and still become the first female president.
Yeah.
Now, do you
That's
think
just
Kamala could spin anything funny and make fun of a Republican without it being a cringe moment? Highly doubt it.
That whole thing was a cringe moment, by the way. It
Yes.
was just bad. She shouldn't have... If she wasn't going to go, fine. But then she just shouldn't have been there. Yeah. Like, doing a tapes thing is just lame.
Yep.
Let's keep going with Trump. Talking about white dudes for Harris. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
But I've known him a long time. There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. Every one of those people is voting for me. And as you may have seen, Kamala did an interview on Fox News yesterday. It went so poorly for her that the Democrats have been...
Oh, no.
Oh. Okay. Well, yeah. White dudes for Harris. I'm not worried about them either. I'm worried about white liberal women for Harris on a serious political analysis front. But I got to say, on the humorous side with these white dudes for Harris, these moments that go viral on social media, how many of them do you think are authentic and how many of them are staged? I say this in all sincerity. Now, granted, I only travel certain areas of Montgomery County based on where I live, and I'm sure there's far more Harris Walls signs along the main line in Montgomery County. But out in my neck of the woods from Bluebell to Plymouth Meeting to Collegeville to Eagleville to a few other spots, I don't see a ton of enthusiasm for Harris and Walls. And I got to tell you, I've got Democrat friends, and they're men. They haven't told me that they're interested in advocating as white dudes for Harris. I think this is an internet charade.
Do you think?
I do. There was one like 10 days ago, maybe, where this guy was in his yard. He had the Harris Walls sign, and he had the Harris Walls T-shirt, and then he turned around in the video and pointed with his thumb to the back of the shirt to show the graphic, and it said, "We're never going back." And it just seeing "We're Never Going Back" reminds me of like a Taylor Swift song. Does it not? Like I can almost hear the Taylor Swift theme music playing over top of that as an ad.
Yep.
Right?
Agreed.
Which, by the way, New York Post had a story yesterday. Taylor Swift struggling to sell out shows in Florida, including the city of Miami.
Oh, don't believe that. Who wrote that?
The New York Post.
Okay.
Let me find the story. I'll get it for you.
Stop. Just stop. Everybody's like, she lost all these. She didn't.
I'm not saying that.
She didn't. Fine. No, I'm not blaming you.
Here it is.
I'm blaming hack publications that write hacky things.
Today is your day, thrifty Swifties. After hovering over $1,000 for months, ticket prices for Taylor Swift's 3 Eras Tour concerts with Gracie Abrams, don't know who that is, at Miami's Hard Rock Stadium on October 18th through the 20th have finally dropped precipitously. On Tuesday, October 15th, the cheapest seat was $1,059. Just 2 days later, at the time of publication for the Post, tickets were now at $705. That's about like a 25-30% drop-off. I don't know.
I don't buy it.
Is it sold out?
I don't know. You'd have to check it. It's what ticket publication here? I'm not sure which ticket vendor is selling these. Yeah, it's in the New York Post though.
So it's got to be true. Trump, a little bit more from Trump talking about Tim Walz. It's a good line. Cut 18, Phil, go.
The stupid show, The View, is so bad now that the other day I was watching. To thank our MC this evening, Jim Gaffigan. Most recently, Jim has been playing Tim Walz on Saturday Night Live. And that'll be a very short gig, I hope, Jim. But it was fun while it lasted, wasn't it? Let's see how that lasts. It better be quick. We don't want him, and I'm not going to say anymore. But unfortunately, Governor Walz isn't here himself, but don't worry, he'll say that he was. He's going to say he was. I used to think the Democrats were crazy for saying that men have periods, but then I met Tim Walz.
Oh, man. Wow.
The
Amazing.
show, The View, is so bad now that the other day I was watching it and
These are some good jokes.
I'm telling you guys that like you can't even if you despise Trump, these are funny lines.
Yeah. Oh my God! Well, I mean, there's a reason why the guy was on SNL for so many years making cameos. Why he was in movies. Why he was on The Apprentice on NBC.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's self-deprecating. He's funny. He gets it. He's a showman.
Yep.
He is Hollywood.
Phil, I'm going to move on to cut 20 here. This is.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, real quick.
Rolling Stone is reporting that Taylor Swift's, in the last days of she has a show today, tickets plummeted by 50% on resale sites. So that's Rolling Stone magazine, to Nick's point. It's Rolling Stone, which is not. So I'll just. 50%.
What's the last story Rolling Stone got right? I'm not just shooting at the New York Post. I'm shooting at all these hack publications. Rolling Stone gets no stories right. And by the way, everybody's like saying it's kind of universal thought that Molly Shannon is not funny. If you look at
I agree,
history of SNL cast members and where they're ranked, Molly Shannon is always high.
Yeah, she's not,
according to Rolling Stone.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. No, she's not Jane. She's not an original cast, Martha, or the original 70s and 80s. I would put her. You know what? I would say this, and this might be unpopular.
Uh-oh.
This actually, I'm going to take this. This is going to be really unpopular.
Uh-oh.
Because she's a Philly girl.
Oh, no.
I don't think Tina Fey's funny at all.
Oh,
stop.
I don't.
She's funny.
I don't find her or the blonde that she's been linked to for 15 years funny at all.
Poehler?
No, that show? Oh, no. What is it, 30 Rock?
Yeah.
No. Okay. Nope.
Delco girl.
That's fine. She can hang out with Elon at a high school.
Now, here's the thing about Kamala Harris. Had she had somebody like Tina Fey on to do, something, a Sarah Palin bit or whatever, like just anything.
She should have had
something funnier or more relevant.
She should have, what they should have done, and this is why I should control and run everything because I'm brilliant. I say that just to tweak people. I bring it. She should have had Maya Rudolph come out as her.
I think Maya Rudolph is funnier than Tina Fey and whatchamacallit.
Or Esty, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, she should have had somebody come out as her. That would have been brilliant.
Yeah.
That would have been brilliant.
You know, while we're on SNL female cast members, I think Rachel Dratch was pretty funny.
Nobody felt Rachel Dratch.
Really? You didn't like her in the Debbie Downer skit?
No.
Oh, I used to crack up.
Tina Fey way better than Rachel Dratch. Tina Fey is funny.
Mhm.
Amy Poehler's funny. Thank you. All right, Trump mocked Eric Adams. This is really funny. Whoever wrote these lines for him did a great job, and he delivered them perfectly. Cut 20, Phil, go.
Well, it doesn't do very well. As I look around the dais, I see all of the usual suspects. For instance, Mayor Adams. I'd like to poke some fun at Eric, but I'm going to be nice. I just want to be nice because I know what it's like to be persecuted by the DOJ for speaking out against open borders. We were persecuted, Eric. I was persecuted, and so are you, Eric. The mayor's dietary restrictions are well known, but I've got to say I've never met a person who's a vegan who liked turkey so much. There's something about him with turkey. I just found that out today. I haven't been in New York that much. Don't let it, but you're going to win, Eric. We have another former New York City.
All right, this is Trump on Kamala Harris's child care policy. I'm just going to go through these in rapid fire. Cut 21, go.
And as you may have seen, Kamala did an interview on Fox News yesterday. It went so poorly for her that the Democrats have been forced to install another 100 drop boxes throughout the city. And the upside really is Kamala now sees the benefit of deportation. She wants to deport people. She's vicious. She wants to deport people, and she wants to start by deporting Brett Baer, Fox. An interesting interview last night. A major issue in this race is child care, and Kamala has put forward a concept of a plan. A lot of people don't like it. The only piece of advice I would have for her in the event that she wins would be not to let her husband, Doug, anywhere near the nannies. Just keep them away. That's a nasty one.
That's a nasty one. That's a great line. That is a great line. I love it. When comedy used to be dangerous.
Yes.
Good job.
And kudos to the mainstream media for not touching any of these Doug stories, the verified ones or the alleged ones. Well, seriously, in all seriousness, when will somebody ask Kamala Harris about the impregnating of the nanny story?
Bill Maher's even come out and said that too.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
This is off limits.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And by the way, two things: a comment and then a question. Question, Dawn. Have you noticed the way anybody has covered the recap of the Al Smith dinner with Trump? I'm just curious to know, like, if the mainstream media, what the headlines are saying. The word of the day after the Brett Baer interview with Kamala Harris for all the outlets was testy. It was a testy exchange, a testy interview. It's like legitimately, you can go back and I think Vivek Ramaswamy posted a screenshot of like the 7 top outlets. They all use the same word testy, which I find interesting. But just a comment on the Eric Adams thing. And this goes back to the big take with Trump gaining with black voters. This is, this is why one of the reasons and the rationales behind why I think he's going to improve upon the 12% is because there are certain black individuals out there that believe that they have been persecuted unfairly by the Department of Justice and the legal system, and they can resonate with Trump being persecuted in lawfare. I'm telling you, that is absolutely a factor. What the percentage is I have no idea. But that theme is out there because now all of a sudden, like I mentioned, and Politico of all places wrote it. Georgia black Georgia voters open to idea of Trump because, quote, he's like us. All right.
By the way, I'm going to say this again. Just these lines and everybody laughing and everybody yucking it up here. I just, with the rhetoric of Trump is Hitler and he's going to, do whatever they say he's going to do. It's all crap. It's all a show. Just stop with it. You know what I mean? Like Chuck Schumer, if you really believe that Trump was Hitler, you think he'd be sitting next to him?
Nope.
Yucking it up with him? F you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trump had a good line about Joe Biden and CNN. This is cut 22. Phil, go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If Democrats really wanted to have someone not be with us this evening, they would have just sent Joe Biden. You know, he's having second thoughts, you know that, right? He wants to come back. If she does any worse in the polls, they're going to bring him back again, I think. Chuck, he's going to do it. He's the one that got him out. That's the guy. Much more so than Crazy Nancy, I will tell you. Because I know him. He did it. Joe has almost disappeared from view. The only way he could be seen less is if he had a show on CNN. They've got nothing.
Oh, that's amazing.
Why would you even cover that?
Such a great line. Such a great line.
Speaking of Joe, a lot of people speculating as to what exactly was said at that funeral where Joe and Obama were together.
This is the best.
This is amazing. The Daily Mail apparently contacted a lip reader, and you take it for what it's worth. I mean, I don't know if this is legit or not. The lip reader came to the conclusion that Biden said, quote, "She's not as strong as me," before Obama replied, "That's true." So they were having the video is on social media. It's like 40 seconds. You can't hear what they're saying because there's music playing in the proceeding at the funeral.
Does anybody buy that's what they were talking about?
No.
They don't.
And by the way, when you're having a serious conversation, it doesn't have to be about a politician's chances because remember the setting. You're in a public funeral.
I don't buy that at all.
I mean, you're not cracking jokes. This isn't the Al Smith dinner.
And this was, by the way, this was Ethel Kennedy's
Bobby's
service.
Bobby's mommy, who also looked
the widow of
looked for a blind eye, turned a blind eye as her horrible husband had multiple affairs.
The widow of the late RFK.
RFK Jr., who everybody loved and was I got into politics because of Bobby Kennedy. Yeah, okay. I love sticking people. Okay.
I will tell you this.
Another hack politician.
The reason when you watch, and you'll see it on Sunday football, when you see all the different coaches and they cover their mouths when they're given the plays is because a lot of the teams do have these professional lip readers because they exist.
Yes, you're absolutely
right. And
right.
they cover their, that's why, you see them with the famous, they put the card in front of their mouths because.
It's like this, Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, picture that.
Pro right 38 bomb on
That's
two.
right.
Pro right 38 bomb on
Nick
two.
Sirianni, there's a reason they cover their mouths because obviously these lip readers are, often people who cannot hear.
Well, the Patriots were accused of stealing those stuff.
They were
those signs. Yeah.
So I don't know. I think some people might. I mean, the one that MTG was putting out there is a nastier version.
That was hilarious, though.
But the one that they actually have somebody who's one of the same people who would be a lip reader, let's say at a football game, figure out their plays.
Mm-hmm.
It does match. I will say that.
By the way,
it appears that that's what they said.
Can we get back to what a bunch of drunks and philanderers the Kennedys are?
I'll talk about drunks. I'll talk about drunks all day.
Ethel, turning a blind eye.
You think the Kennedys knew what happy hour was?
Of course. Please.
By the way, RFK Jr. and his wife Cheryl Hines were at last night's Al Smith dinner.
Yeah,
were they?
She's another one who turns a blind eye because he justifies his cheating as him having a sex addiction. Honey, I have a sex addiction. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay, Bobby. Okay, I understand.
It burns his old droopy nuts.
Really setting the women's movement forward. Cheryl Hines. Anyway, Trump on Kamala Harris's absence. This is cut 23. We played earlier her mailing in basically her sketch. Cut 23. Go.
Change the name this way. It is Democrat, but I must say I was shocked when I heard that Kamala was skipping the Al Smith dinner. I'd really hoped that she would come because we can't get enough of hearing her beautiful laugh. She laughs like crazy. We would recognize it any place in this room, and all polls are indicating I'm leading big with the Catholic vote, as I should be.
Nice applause.
But I don't think Kamala has given up yet. She hasn't. Instead of attending tonight, she's in Michigan receiving communion from Gretchen Whitmer.
With Doritos.
Amazing. Such an amazing line.
I'm telling you, that's still one of the most cringe things I've ever seen. Gretchen Whitmer handing a Dorito. I think it was a Dorito, right?
yeah, it was.
Okay, I don't want to make sure.
It's some TikTok trend that we don't know about.
Yeah, and I don't want to know about it.
We're not hip or cool.
Thank God. You know what? On second thought, I'm going to reverse course again. We do need to ban TikTok. It's got to go.
John G writes, Greg is jealous. He's not gotten laid in years. Okay, tell me that, John G.
That's not true. We have tape. We actually have tape.
I love sticking people. I'm just faithful to my wife, which I've been with for 20 years. So screw you. Tell me. It's people making excuses for a bunch of creeps. Because I'd like his policy. Shut up.
Stop it! Just stop it!
Finally, one more on Donald Trump. Cut 24. This was probably the best line of the night, in my opinion. Cut 24, Phil, go.
That's not an easy thing to do, especially when your name is Trump and you're on the New York Times list. I think that must be selling like hotcakes. But thank you for mentioning. I appreciate it. Good job you did. It's a true pleasure to be with you this evening. Amazing pleasure. And these days, it's really a pleasure anywhere in New York without a subpoena for my appearance.
I mean, come on.
That's funny.
That's a great line.
I don't get a subpoena, I'm very happy.
It's a great line.
Suck it, Alvin Bragg. Suck it, Letitia James, and all you New York DAs and AGs that campaigned on getting a guy 4 years ago and then decided to file suit 3 years after he was out of office.
Yep. Amazing.
You weasels.
Elon Musk was in Folsom, PA, in Delco last night. Who was it? Just him, Dawn? Do you know? Was it just him out there?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think there was anybody else notable within, the party or anything like that.
Let's start here with Cut 29. We'll just play a couple of Elon cuts from last night. Cut 29, Phil, go.
So if you do choose to be the
Oh wait, can you stop it?
Gold MAGA.
Can you stop it here? He took questions from the crowd.
Okay.
Which I think is interesting. Cut. You can start it over, Phil. I'm sorry.
So if you do choose to be the head of the Department of Government Efficiency.
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? Don Jr. was there.
Oh, okay.
He was there.
What do you think about we stop giving money to other countries such as Israel, Ukraine, and we stop funding forever wars that most likely is going to the deep state anyway?
Yeah. Well, I think in general the amount of waste that happens with the federal government is really staggering. It's a staggering amount of waste of taxpayer money. And if we're, for any given expenditure, we have to say, well, what does this do for the citizens of America? Like, how is this good for the people of America? It's their money. Like, for some weird reason, a lot of people in the sort of, state or whatever, the politicians, they seem to forget that the money being spent is your money. And if it's not being spent in a way that is beneficial to the American people, it's a misuse of the funds. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've said this for a while, ever since that it was floated out that he would be in charge of government efficiency. He's the perfect guy for it. He came in, he bought Twitter for $44 billion, rebranded it to X, and got rid of 85% of the employees that were no longer needed to run that operation. I think he'd be great at this. And just to give you a stat about all of the bureaucracy and the wasted money, this country's been around for, 248 years, I believe?
Something like that, give or take.
Yeah, give or take. 248. Michael Pelko will probably say it's 249 or 247. So we won't get into semantics.
It's since 1974, I think, right?
Yeah, everything started in the 70s. From 1776 to 2024, I think my math is correct.
I think you're right.
248 years. Yeah. But if I'm wrong, YouTube will let me know.
245 years.
245. Well, thank you, YouTube. They've created 2 federal agencies per year based on how many years our country has existed.
That's what Elon was saying yesterday.
Yes, we have. I saw the stat on Twitter. I didn't know who said it. I guess it was Elon. I think it's 478 or maybe 498 federal agencies. That averages out to 2 agencies per year. And that just goes to show you the waste of taxpayer dollars.
Yep.
This over-regulated society, it's got to go. I'm done with it.
One more from Elon, and then we'll break for Sean Feist, a.k.a. Former President Trump, talking about how now he's being labeled far right because he wants the following. This is cut 30, Phil. Go.
And I think the things we all want are sensible, I think common sense things. We obviously want secure borders. We want safe cities. Sensible spending, so that we don't have crazy inflation. We want freedom of speech. We want the Constitution to be upheld. And you know what? I'm being told at times that these are like right-wing values. I'm like, are you insane? But this is literally the fundamental values that made America what it is today. Anyone who is against those things is fundamentally anti-American. And the hell with them.
Yeah.
Go yourself.
So for friends who were there, they believed that Don Jr. was like with him in the entourage, but I don't think Don Jr. spoke or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. I love how it's just amazing. Yeah, I believe in the First and the Second Amendment. Oh, you must be a right-wing extremist. What? Really?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. This is what the Founding Fathers created a bazillion years ago. I gave you, I think it was in one of the big takes, or there was a graphic we used on YouTube with all the different New York publications, the Times, New York Magazine, the Atlantic, and all the headlines were basically of the same nature and the same context and theme of we need to blow up the Constitution. It's time to revise the amendment. I'm just like, wait a minute, no. So the question is, why does the left hate everything that made America what it is? Why do you want to make it into a third world country where we can't speak out against our government, where we can't bear arms? Oh, I never said that. Well, yes, you do. You do it all the time. Anything you don't like, you want to get rid of. That's not the way America works. Skip.
All right, let's break for...
It's Feist time.
By the way, I am so excited. Next week, Nick and Dawn.
I know.
We get to finally meet him.
I know. This is going to be great.
We've never met him before.
Yes.
He's literally been on our show for almost a year now.
He would have been great at the Al Smith dinner last night.
And we're finally going to meet him, and a lot of lucky listeners are going to meet him next week, too.
Yes.
And the ones that were fortunate enough to get tickets to the Great Mock Debate, which is sold out.
Yes, it is.
That's why you have to jump on this stuff quick. When we put it on sale, you got to jump on it quick.
Yep.
No waiting around.
I agree. Sean Feist live from Nashville. Coming up next here on Kayal and Company.
So at the end of the show today, Nick and Dawn and myself will have our picks for the Eagles and Giants on Sunday, what we think the final score is going to be. Sure, we'll put a little wager on it too. But you can get started right now with $300 in bonus bets from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino if you win your first $5 bet. Place this same game parlay. Saquon Barkley for an anytime touchdown because I think he's going to have a big game against his former team. Saquon Barkley in the under for rushing yards and Jalen Hurts on the over for passing yards. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. Combine those three bets together. Plunk down $5, you'll get $300 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL and of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s a part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to providing pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Carol. She says triglycerides are at an all-time low and increase my well-being, while joint pains and muscle aches have decreased too. People like Carol have trusted Rescue with her health goals, and now it's your turn. For a limited time, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code OMEGA50, OMEGA50, to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Next, now listen.
It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Marilyn. The whole gang. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube as we welcome in for his weekly Friday appearance. And he'll be here in person, in the flesh, next Friday
And Thursday, by the way. He's going to be in studio with us next Thursday.
Oh,
Look at
okay.
this. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
How about that?
Are we all going to stay at the same hotel and be put up at the same hotel Thursday night and
No,
Friday
Dawn,
before the event?
we're not migrants, okay?
Yeah,
we
no,
don't get
yeah.
put up in free hotels.
Yes is the answer to that, by the way. Don't. I see what you're doing there. Don't question me. I have it all planned out, lady.
I'm not questioning.
So we don't have to get up extra early on Friday and drive all the way down?
No.
Okay. All right. Things turning around. I like it. I like it. As we welcome in Donald J. Trump, Mr. President. Good morning.
Well, good morning to all of you, and I just want to say we're sold out for next Friday. We're sold out because of the, that the ratings are already through the roof. We could tell you that. Wherever I go, it sells out. Madison Square Garden's going to sell out. Nassau Coliseum's going to sell out. And we're going, like I said, to MSG, and we're going to do more than Billy Joel. You look at that. He's not going to be there. He fell in love with an uptown girl, or as I call it, Chuck Schumer. You look at that. And it's because I can tell you this. I know a little bit of behind the scenes. I was in the bathroom once. I heard him on the phone, and his feet were facing the bathroom stall, and I heard a little tinkle. That means he sits when he pees. That's what we talk about. He sits when he pees. He is seated. He's a seated urinator. We could tell you that. So, that's what happens. That's why we said that last night at the Al Smith dinner. That's why we said that. Chuck Schumer. The song, the song Aerosmith, Steven Tyler. I got along very well with him.
Yeah.
Dude looks like a lady. That's Chuck Schumer.
And, one person that was not present last night was Kamala Harris. You took advantage of it. I mean, I've got people all over the country that are talking about your appearance last night. What were your takeaways? What stood out last night for you at that dinner beyond just having those little beautiful shots at Chuck Schumer?
Well, I missed Kamala. I was looking to see her in her turkey neck, but she wasn't there. You know that? She wasn't there. And it's unfortunate, gobble, gobble. It's like Thanksgiving. It's right around the corner. But it was unfortunate that she wasn't there. I told everybody I miss her laugh. But I heard that what happened was she got mauled by a bear the night before. Brett Bear, that the only bear that... The only bear that doesn't drop a deuce in the woods.
Oh.
He's a good guy. We loved, first off, we didn't like him. A couple of days ago, we didn't like him at all.
That's true.
Now we love him.
Now
we love him. He came around. It was like coming around the mountain. He came right around, and he did a great job. He really did a tremendous job. And I don't usually say this about people who spell Brett with one T, but he does a great job. He does a great job. He did a fantastic job, and he pushed her, and he pushed her hard, and she had a hard time. She melted down, that she started screaming and wagging her finger, and you're not supposed to do that, but she wagged her finger like a dog wags its tail, and you look at that, he did a fantastic job. So she was recovering from a bear accident, and she never should have done that, but whoever suggested that she do that interview, I want to send them chocolates, and flowers, and will you be my Valentine? I even have permission from Melania to send somebody that, because that was a tremendous idea.
Nice.
Donald Trump is joining us earlier in the day on Wednesday before Kamala got mauled by a bear. You sat down in a women's town hall with Harris Faulkner on Fox News. How do you think that went for you, Mr. President?
Well, like everything else I do, I think it went tremendously well. Nothing I do is bad. We always do great things. And again, that's why we're sold out this Friday. You know that we're doing tremendously well. But we sat down in a room. They say, Donald Trump hates women. This is what they say. And I say, let's go back to the bus with Billy Bush. If anything, I like women a little too much. You know that? And by the way, when you're famous, they let you do anything you want, which is what I said on the bus. Yep. We grab and we do things. And of course, we were talking about cats. We were trying to save them from the Haitians. Everybody thinks it was a lewd thing. Yeah. We're talking about when we say grab the it's kitty cats. We're looking at kitty cats. We love kitty cats.
Ahead of your time. He was ahead of his
We're saving
time.
them. And by the way, I got along very well when we talk about cats. I got along very well with the ancient Egyptians. We do very well with these people. I built the Sphinx with my own two hands, and now we're finding out that there are illegals in Egypt trying to eat the Sphinx. I can't believe it. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. But we did very well in that town hall with Harris Faulkner in the great state of Georgia. We did very well with her and with the women in the room. They love me. Everybody loves me, and we're very happy about it. We're very excited to be campaigning 19 or 18 days now. 18 days. Kamala still thinks there's 32 days, by the way. The teleprompter hasn't reset. She still thinks 32 days. She keeps saying 32 to my brothers and sisters. 32 days.
Nick, you should ask Mr. President, what is it, 17 or 18? Because
Yeah.
Michael Pelka's in the chat saying it's Fox and Friends is actually saying it's 17 days until the election.
Yeah, a lot of confusion as to 17 or 18, Mr. President.
I say vote early, and by all means vote often.
Amen.
You know that I'm not saying to commit voter fraud, but I am saying if you want a ballot harvest in the cemeteries, it's something you'll probably bump into a lot of Democrats that do the same thing. You know, they always win the dead people. I can't believe it. They win the dead people, not just the brain dead people, but the actually dead people. You know, you look at these Democrat voters, these people are stupid, you know. I call threat to democracy. We talked about it. I say stupid people are a threat to democracy. There's a lot of stupid people out there. You look at Rachel Madcow. And by the way, have you noticed this? Rachel Madcow, Rosie O'Donnell, Keith Olbermann, and Mark Cuban. They all look like each other. They're all wearing the same glasses. They all look like each other.
Yes.
They're starting to morph. They're like the Mighty Morphing Power Rangers. They're like Transformers, robots in disguise. And I got along very well, by the way, with Optimus Prime. I got along very well with him.
Yep.
It was a big, beautiful truck. We got along very well with Optimus and Megatron, who, bad guy, not a good guy.
Because Democrats are their Decepticons.
Yeah.
They're Decepticons. They're horrible people. I can tell you that. They're Decepticons in all the ways.
Yep.
And you don't want to be a Decepticon. I can tell you that. You want to be an Autobot, a Megabot.
Yeah.
They're great.
Yeah. It's amazing, Mr. President. You got so many of these people like Madcow and Olbermann and Cuban. You know, the hair starts to gray. They go thicker with the glasses. I mean, there's some washed up Philadelphia sports radio hosts that are donning the same look these days. It's wild. But speaking of Philadelphia, you're going to be coming to Philadelphia to work at McDonald's and work the fryers. I've got to imagine that Ronald is very happy with you these days.
Well, you know, I got along very well with Ronald McDonald. He's a clown. He looks like a clown. He's got big feet, and we love him. He's a great guy. But when I started McDonald's with Ronald McDonald, he wanted to call it Ron and Don. I said, no, you want to call it McDonald's. I don't want anything to do with it. I just want to build the Golden Arches. But we had the 2 all beef patties. We put them together. And he was talking about it. He said, what do we want to call this? I said, you want to call it a Big Mac. I said, maybe you want to call it a huge Mac. But he said, no, big. I said, big's a great word. But he got rid of the $5 meal deal recently. And I called him up. I said, Ron, we have a problem. He said, why do we have a problem? I said, because people are hungry. And not just Chris Christie, everybody's hungry. You know that he's always hungry. We call him Snack Man. You look at him, we call him Snack Man. He's like Pac-Man, you know, Waka Waka, but he's Snack Man. He doesn't stop eating. That guy has never stopped eating a day in his life. You know, he ate Golden Corral out of house and home. And I named Golden Corral. I named the golden part of Golden Corral. You know, nobody knows about gold as much as I do. But you look at McDonald's. And what happened, the $5 meal deal was gone. I said, we got to bring it back. People are hungry. He said, I don't know if we could do that. I said, you have a beautiful house, Ron. He said, what are you going to do to it? I said, we're going to drop the beast of the Southeast and the Northeast all over your house if you don't bring back the $5 meal deal. He said, sir, we're bringing back the $5 meal deal. And so the people are very happy, and Ron is very happy. We're going to make fry cooks great again. We're going to do tremendously well. We're going to make the greatest French fries in the history of the world. And we're not going to wear a hairnet. You know, they want me to wear a hairnet. Nothing goes on top of this beautiful hair. So we're going to do so well in McDonald's. We can't wait to be there, and we can't wait to serve the beautiful people the 2 all beef patties on the sesame seed bun. We love that. They were thinking about something besides sesame seeds. I said, no, we have to do sesame seeds. And by the way, speaking of sesame, I got along very well with Big Bird on Sesame Street. I got along very well with Oscar the Grouch. He lives in a trash can. Oscar the Grouch, who is very similar to some people we see. Mitch McConnell, out of these nasty people. Oscar the Grouch. Got along very well with Elmo's World. Great person. Elmo's a tremendous person. But we got to look very well with Sesame Seeds and Sesame Street and all of these beautiful people. They're doing very well.
His nuance in this is just, I'm sorry, I don't mean to break character. His nuance in this is just incredible. It's incredible.
I know. And how are we going to keep a straight face next Friday?
Next Friday, I have no idea. It's unbelievable.
I'm gonna need a facial massage from laughing. My jaw joints are gonna be killing me.
Trump said the other day it's called the weave, and Sean does that better than anybody.
He does.
Nobody does a better. I can tell you this. Nobody does a better job. We weave like nobody's ever weaved before. I created. And a lot of people know about it. There's a hairstyle called the weave.
Yes.
And they say I'm racist, but I created it. So the joke's on you. I can tell you that.
Exactly.
I'm the greatest weaver the world has ever seen. I can tell you.
Dream weaver.
10 times out of 10, I'll weave like nobody's ever weaved before. It's a great thing.
You've always known where people live, and you can drop the bomb if they don't adhere to what your requests and demands are. So let's go down that road as the IDF has killed Sinwar yesterday. My question is, do you think he died like a dog as well?
Well, he absolutely died like a dog. And if I was your president, he would have died like an even worse dog. You remember Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and we killed him. We took him out, and I came out in front of the fake news. They were very unhappy about it because they don't like when I do good things, and that's why we call them the enemy of the people. They are the enemy of the people. And the Washington Post, they said, austere religious scholar Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi has passed away. No, he died like a dog. That's what the headline should have said. One of the most incredible experiences of my life. There was a lot of shooting, a lot of blasting. They blew the hell out of his house. They sent the dogs down the tunnel. These are our dogs, by the way. They call them canine units. I call them dogs. They're beautiful puppies. They're talented and highly respected and beautiful dogs. And they chased him down the tunnel. Nobody got hurt, and he was crying, and he had a bigger brown spot on his rear end than Crooked Joe and the Pope at the Vatican. You know that. It was really terrible.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Operation, you know what we call it? Operation Tootsie Roll. It was a tremendous job that he did in the Vatican. The Pope is not supposed to use foul language. He said, holy sugar, honey, iced tea. You know what I'm talking about. You're not supposed to say that if you're the Pope. But we took him out, al-Baghdadi, and now Sinwar, he's gone. If I was your president, it would have happened on October 8th, 2023. They waited a long time because there's incompetence out there. Incompetence. We would have took him out sooner. But we're happy he's gone, and he died like a dog. He died like a terrible dog, a rotten dog. He died, and that was the end of that, and he's gone, and we're very happy about it.
Final one for you. You know the importance of Pennsylvania. Elon Musk campaigning, stumping on your behalf here in Delaware County yesterday. He'll be in Harrisburg and Pittsburgh later in the month of October. I've got to imagine that you're very happy with the job he is doing as Republicans with a good ground game this time around, sir.
Well, we love Elon. He's a great guy. Call him Big Rocket Man, and opposed to the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. That's Little Rocket Man. And you look at him, you could look at him. He's got tiny rockets and also a very tiny rocket. You know what I'm talking about. And, we call Elon Musk Big Rocket Man. They call me Huge Rocket Man. I have the biggest rocket the world has ever seen, believe it or not. Everybody knows it. Remember Marco Rubio on the debate stage said, small hands, small something else. I said, we don't have that problem. We've never had that problem. You know that? We had the trial in New York City. Stormy. And the key witness's name was Pecker. I can't believe it. You had Pecker, you had a porn star, you had a gag order. What the hell is going on? And the court was very cold. So Pecker was teeny tiny. He was a small Pecker. But I never had that problem. You could look at it. Seinfeld, George Costanza, he called it shrinkage.
Shrinkage, yes.
I never had that problem. But we have a tremendous job. It's going on in Pennsylvania. Elon Musk, Big Rocket Man. He's got his rockets. He's sending them all over the place. We love Starlink. We love all of that. And he's campaigning in Pittsburgh. He's campaigning in Harrisburg, the capital of Pennsylvania. And when we win the state of Pennsylvania, we will turn Harrisburg into Trumpsburg. It's going to be we're going to rename it. It's going to be Trumpsylvania. We're going to do that. We're just going to name the whole state Trumpsylvania. We're going to win it. We're going to win it like nobody's ever seen before, and we're going to make America great again. It's going to be so great.
There he is, Sean Farish as Donald J. Trump, just absolutely killing it. We've got some tweets coming in. Our buddy Deb Kennedy, no relation to the political Kennedys, I don't think. So, Greg, you can like her. Sean, you're cracking me up today. You're 150% today, which is 50% above the best you can be. So that just goes to show you how stellar you are. We're looking forward to having you next Friday. I want to start with this, though. Your thoughts, out of character now, as yourself, with the interview with Brett Baer and Kamala Harris on Wednesday night.
Well, that was a mess for Kamala Harris. And I got, I think I said it as Trump, like whoever said to do that, let's send him a box of chocolates and some flowers. I'm not joking. That was one of the worst decisions she could have made. And honestly, I watched it a few times. He wasn't that hard on her. He was just fair, which shows you, in a fair interview, she folds. I mean, like she folds like the Jets in the fourth quarter. It's really terrible, right? If they even have the lead, right? Or what's his name? Greg Zuerlein, when he's trying to kick a field goal, the guy knocked into the upright twice. He can't do that again if he tried. He did it twice. It's just the joys of being a Jet fan, I guess they say. But, and they say, we got Devontae Adams. Good. Can he make a kick? I mean, I don't know. But you watch the Bear interview, and I watched it. She was yelling at him and wagging the finger and just, it was nasty. I don't know anybody except, your paid left-wing shills, Harry Sisson and all these other people. Oh, she did a great job. Girl boss. I was like, yeah, okay. Is that why the betting markets are, looking like an avalanche right now in favor of Donald Trump? And the betting markets don't determine elections. Obviously, your votes do. So get out and vote. I voted early. I got the sticker on my hat. People are like, you're giving the Democrats all they need to cheat. I'm like, no. That's a voter suppression thing. We don't want to talk like that. We want to get out. We want to vote early. And the main reason why I like voting early is, I obviously, if it was up to me, one day, paper ballots, hand counts, but that's not what we have right now. So I say get out, vote early. It lets the campaigns that you support know that you voted. They stop reaching out to you. They reach new people. And so that's a good way for us to swell our numbers. I want our numbers on November 5th to look like we cheated, right? I want to see hundreds of millions of people, 100 million voting for Trump. You say, it's impossible. It isn't. It isn't if we all do our part. And I don't think the Democrats are ready for that type of avalanche on November 5th. So the Bear interview, I think that motivated a bunch of independents. It showed them who she really is. That's who she really is. And then yesterday she was out on the campaign trail screaming about, he can't be behind the seal. She's completely and totally rattled right now. They're in full-blown panic mode. Wisconsin's looking shaky. Michigan's looking shaky. Pennsylvania's looking shaky. Maybe there's a surprise on November 5th. I don't know. But that Bear interview was a mess for her. And I say this, if she can't handle Brett Baer, there's no way she can handle, a 2-hour conversation with Joe Rogan. And if she can't handle a guy like Joe Rogan, who very closely, you look at him, he looks like a toe. If you can't, he does. He looks like a thumb toe. If you can't handle that guy, how are you going to handle Putin or Xi or anybody else? You're not. So I think that exposed her.
Maybe instead of being fake strapper next Friday, I'll be Toe Rogan.
Rogan. That's amazing.
I've got the bald head thing, so I probably look more like Rogan than I do Tapper.
Yeah.
All right, we'll continue with Sean Farish into the 9 o'clock hour. Trump steps into the hornet's nest in Chicago with Bloomberg, and then also I'm going to see what Sean makes of a lot of these betting market odds, these polls, and also another cancellation in the world of media, all because you dared to interview Donald Trump. We're back after this, Kayal and Company.
But I do want you to plan a trip to paradise, once again the Italian Riviera, on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. Join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in all of Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78. Yes, that does include airfare, $53.78, dining events at wineries in Tuscany. If you joined me on the Italy tour, and that was Southern Italy last spring, how much fun we had, how many memories we made. We have to toast Romina and Lorenzo. Yes, our friends will be back. We'll visit an authentic farm to see how Parmesan cheese is crafted by hand. Call toll-free, 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see my picture. You'll see the itinerary. I'm talking about hidden Italian villages you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, yes, Florence, and Milan, and concluding on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. We'll see you next spring in Italy. See you in Cinque Terre. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Saquon Barkley is one of the most prolific running backs in the NFL. Off the field, he's one of the most likable people you could ever meet. Just like that, he can switch from fierce competitor to mild-mannered teammate. Sunday, the Eagles meet the Giants, the team that drafted him with the second overall pick, the team that let him fall into the lap of their hated rival. Sunday, keep your eyes on number 26. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear. After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
As I was saying, Kayal and Company, 9:02, Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day, perhaps to your weekend. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube as we continue with our buddy Sean Feist. Don't forget, next Friday is the Great Mock Debate, round number 2 in West Berlin, New Jersey. Donald Trump, let me say that with air quotes, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, and the whole cast, as we will get into a big-time debate round number 2 coming up a week from today. Sold out, $12.10. You had a chance to buy tickets, get yourself some great entertainment and a free breakfast, and it sold out once. No, actually, it sold out twice, because remember, we had the initial wave of tickets, and then Stocker threw out a second round, and those were gobbled up very quickly as well. So let me get your thoughts on this, Sean. We talk about Kamala Harris not being able to handle a fair interview with Bret Baier. Yet here's Trump again. Every time Trump goes to Chicago, he's literally under fire when it comes to speaking engagements. If it's not the NABJ, it's the Chicago Bloomberg Economic Meeting, their annual luncheon, where you had the editor-in-chief of Bloomberg, who was just hell-bent on interrupting Trump, and he handled that like a champ, and he did it. I mean, this is the beauty, I think, of Trump. Last night at the Al Smith dinner, self-deprecating. Earlier this week, he's showing the softer side, talking with females, and then people are like, well, he's lost his fastball. He had his fastball in Chicago.
Yeah, he did. Every time he does something, right, there's going to be complaints. I think I just saw Ian Sams, that's the Kamala intern or whatever he is, a spokesman who's been out embarrassing himself on Fox News just about every day. But I just saw him saying, the Trump's team pulled him from an interview. I'm like, first of all, I don't remember that happening. But second, you could watch the Bret Baier interview where he starts to glance off to the side and he's like, your people are hard rapping me right now. They had to like I thought they were going to lasso her out of there, and I get her out of there. It was so scary. They say that Donald Trump lost his fastball, but if he came out and was aggressive and brought the fastball, they'd say that he's demeaning to women. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I think he's hitting his stride. He was out on Fox and Friends this morning. He's hitting his stride. He is, he's in his element right now. And I think this is the analogy that I really like to, and listen, you guys, the Phillies fans will know that if you play your best baseball in August, you're probably not going to win the World Series. But if you do it in October, that's when you want your team to get hot. And, Kamala had a good August. She had an interesting second half of July, but Donald Trump is coming alive down the stretch now. In October, it's the right time to peak, right? It's the right time to get hot. And I'm enjoying every single second of it. 18 days, 17 days, however many days you want to think there is to go. Get out and vote. Make it happen, because on November 5th, I don't want to be waiting up too long. I want to be popping champagne really early, and we'll see if we could do that. But I think he's coming alive right now. And Washington Post, all these mainstream media outlets are saying he lost his fastball or he made, below the belt jokes at the dinner. If these people are unhappy, I'm very happy. That means he's doing something right. Speaking of that, I want to get to your thoughts on this cancellation, but I want to set it up with the Trump War Room just tweeted out a graphic because Politico had a headline that Trump is exhausted and the mainstream media is trying to paint the picture that, well, Donald Trump canceled an interview. Why is he hiding?
Well, the Trump War Room just tweeted out the graph, and I just retweeted it. You can see it yourself on my Twitter feed. Since July 15th, the interviews between Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris up to October 16th, so we're talking a 3-month stretch, Donald Trump has done 60 interviews to Kamala Harris's 24 or 25. And speaking of appearances, he was on the Andrew Schultz podcast. And now comedian Andrew Schultz is saying that a couple of venues, specifically one in Manhattan, has canceled his latest appearance, and he, quote, found it interesting that the venue would drop his appearance just hours after his podcast posted with an interview of Donald Trump. So again, here we go with, and I guess, technically they're right, their business, but we're going to cancel somebody who's wildly successful that you had scheduled, all because you got wind of the fact that he interviewed the former president of the United States. That's where we're at again, apparently.
It's such a shame, right? Because this is why I want to just get back to merit, right? Are you a funny comedian? Yes. Okay. Did you interview Trump? Yes. All right. I mean, maybe not your candidate of choice, but if you're a good comedian and you're going to bring value to the venue, let him perform. Mm-hmm. I mean, unless you don't want the money. I mean, I guess you just don't want to profit. I see the chart that you're looking at, by the way. It gives me PTSD, Michigan and Wisconsin. I'm expecting the straight blue line to go straight up. She's actually doing more interviews, right? Do you see that, by the way, on that chart between August and September, it's like a flat line. Mm-hmm. And I wonder why that's the case. I wonder why they did that. That was the Joy campaign, right?
Yeah, Joy, open change.
We're hiding her, but we're putting her in front of, scripted situations with teleprompters, right? I mean, it's a joke. Okay, it's a joke. It's obvious. And it's so funny because in a fair interview with Bret Baier, she was a mess. But even in these scripted, soft, cushy interviews with Oprah, you still had we had to break out Excalibur, my word salad fork, which if I can get it through TSA will be with us next Friday, because it's she is not a smart, she's cunning, but she's a dumb person. And when she starts to expound on the issues and she starts to, when she starts to make that circle, that next lap around the track, you're like, oh boy, this is going to be good. Here comes dreams and aspirations and burdens and all sorts of, all of her buzzwords. And that's why they hit her from August to September. You could see that chart. And that's why they started to get the lasso out and get the hook out, bang the gong, right? Get her off the stage with Bret Baier after 25 minutes. I mean, it's such a joke that they're going to claim that that Donald Trump is the one who's exhausted and he can't do it. He's out there. He was at the Al Smith dinner last night. He was on Fox and Friends first thing in the morning. You can look at his rally schedule. He's going to be all over the map for the next couple of weeks. And you're going to tell me he's tired? Well, I'd be tired too if that was my schedule. Come on now, let's be real. But when you have your candidate who is, it's she pops her head out of it. It's what was that show? That old Meerkat Manor. She pops her head out. She's like, all right, here we go. Back underground, right? We got to hide again. It's like a Groundhog Day. She pops out. Does she see her shadow? 2 interviews today. If she doesn't, then she has to hide again. It's just, it's alarming, the hypocrisy. I'm not surprised, but it's still, to me, it's just I can't believe their level of tone deafness. It's frustrating, but it's also very amusing.
I agree. I remember, so there was an interview this past week where Doug Emhoff went on the Dan Le Batard show.
I call him Dougie Doritos.
Dougie Doritos, yeah. Dougie and Danny were doing their YouTube show. And Dan Le Batard, when he was a sports guy, and he was a great sports writer, and he was good on TV at ESPN, when Ezekiel Elliott of the Cowboys and Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers were charged with domestic assault and sexual assault and rape, he adamantly, as most men with a functional brain and a heart would say, they have zero tolerance for domestic violence or sexual assault. So you make that known verbally and vocally, and you put that out there when you're a sports guy. Now Dan Le Batard delves into other things on his YouTube show. He has Doug Emhoff on. They have a 25-minute interview. he does not bring up the confirmed story of impregnating the nanny while being married in his first marriage, nor does he bring up the allegations of domestic assault and slapping a girlfriend. I find that interesting because this is a guy who constantly spoke out about women's rights, and I know he's a lefty, but then he has Doug Emhoff on and doesn't bring it up. Are we ever going to have one media member ask Doug or Kamala about this? Because if it was Trump, that would be the lead story.
Yeah, and when it was Brett Kavanaugh, right, with Christine Blasey fraud, right, when she was, he raped me, but I don't know when it happened. I don't know how it happened. I don't know where it happened. I don't know who was there, and I'm not even sure what time of night it was, and I don't know what day it was, but it definitely happened, and everyone was like, believe all women. Okay, well, if that's the standard, and I don't want that to be the standard in terms of guilty until proven innocent, it's okay to hear these stories and to take them seriously. They should be taken seriously. There is no place for domestic violence in this country, right? So, from that standpoint, absolutely take it seriously, but when you rush to judgment and convict somebody based on allegations, not because you actually think this is a serious issue, but because it's politically beneficial to your cause, that's the problem. So Dan Le Batard and any of these people that did it with Kavanaugh, or any allegations that'll come up, Trump and E. Jean Carroll, let's go down that road, right? He did horrible things to E. Jean Carroll. Well, he was found liable of X, Y, and Z in this court with Engeron or whoever it was in that case. Come on, right? What are we talking about with that? They will convict based off of allegations if it's politically beneficial to them. But then they'll have a guy who has the same type of allegations, right? And in some cases, right, these behaviors with the nanny that have been confirmed, and they won't even bat an eye. So that just shows you, don't take them seriously. These people are not folks who are going to stand up for women or, be champions of equality between men and women or, peace between the genders or all of this, believe all women, Me Too movement. These people don't care. They care about one thing and one thing only, and it's power, right? So whether it was Brett Kavanaugh, whether it's Donald Trump, or any other rumors that come out about somebody on the right that may or may not have done something to a woman. And if they have done those things to a woman, that's terrible. Mm-hmm. It should be condemned. There's no place for that. But you are guilty until proven innocent if you're on the right. But you are beyond all means innocent, even if you're guilty, if you're on the left. Again, it's the hypocrisy. And I think a lot of people are getting tired of it, and they should be getting tired of it because it's ridiculous. And it's not constructive. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help women. It doesn't help men. It doesn't help Republicans. It doesn't help Democrats. It helps nobody when that's the way you make your decisions. So I think if you're Dan Le Batard, you got to think twice about having a guy like Emhoff on. If Ezekiel Elliott, if Ben Roethlisberger, I'm sure he didn't like what happened with Ray Rice. I don't like it either. But if that's the case, then you know what? At least ask the question. What do you make of these allegations? Well, you didn't even go that far.
And also to take the absurdity to the next level, this is the same media, because sports media is left wing. Just the two most recent instances. The Bills punter, remember Matt Araiza? He lost like 2 years of his career. That story ended up being not true. And also, if you're a baseball fan, Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer is still untouchable, despite the fact that the allegations show that they were largely false, and he was basically cleared and exonerated. They ended this person's career and just assumed he was guilty before the process played out. So they'll do it to anybody, Republicans in politics or athletes in sports, and yet they just leave Doug Emhoff completely untouched. It's indefensible.
The Bauer thing gets me so upset because Trevor Bauer had some pro-Trump tweets in the past, and I think that's what it's all about, right? I mean, maybe not the woman who accused him, but the cancellation of Trevor Bauer. He's a right-wing guy, or at least he appeared to be. I don't know if he still is, but that really gets me upset because that's a man with ability. He won Pitcher of the Year in Mexico. I still follow him really close. And it's just a shame, right? And his accusers now are being criminally charged with like fraud and all sorts of, criminal charges here. And he still can't find the job. I get it. Some people say he's a bad teammate. He's this, he's that. All right. You mean to tell me every pitcher in the major leagues right now is a good teammate? If you have ability, you should be playing. And Major League Baseball suspended him without an investigation. Then they said it's an ongoing investigation. What did you find? What are the results of your investigation? Because clearly he didn't do what he's being accused of doing. When you have accusers that are saying he did things that are now being criminally charged for fraud. So the Bauer situation was horrible. They ended this guy's career. They gave him a black eye for the rest of his life over false allegations, and it's really a shame. But Doug Emhoff, he gets to skate, right?
Yep.
It's disgusting.
It's outrageous. I agree. Final one for you. A lot of people are making a big stink, myself included. I've been sharing the information. I like to retweet polls, whether they're good or bad, betting market odds, good or bad. I've never seen anything like this with Polymarket. It has gotten up to a point where they had Trump up 24 points, which is astounding. Newsweek with an article out where they looked at some of the other odds makers, Betfair, Paddy Power. Let me give you a couple of other outlets here. These sports books, Bet365, Sky Bet. They all favor Trump, but not like Polymarket does. They give Betfair and Paddy Power have Kamala at 42%. Which would imply Trump's at 58%, so that's closer to Polymarket. Paddy Power has Trump at 56%, Harris at 44%, and then a few others, Bet365, 43.5% for Kamala, 45.4% for Kamala with Sky Bet. It's interesting because the sports books right now love Trump more from an odds standpoint than the polls do. Now, Kamala, in some of the polls, is still up a half a point, 2 points. But where it was a month ago, it's gone from 6 to 4 to 2 to 1 to even, or Trump in the lead. Which one do you trust one more than the other, or do you take everything with a grain of salt? Because they're telling two different stories right now.
Yeah, I take it all with a grain of salt. I don't want anybody to look at Polymarket or a poll and say, well, this is what's going to happen, right? If you want it to happen, you need to express your voice. You need to go to the polls. You need to vote. If you're supporting Donald Trump, you don't just need to vote. You got to bring your friends out to vote. You got to bring your family out to vote. You should be voting early, and then you should be jumping into Trump Force 47. Dawn's very familiar with that, and doing your part to spread the word and get more people out to the polls, right? However, I will look at a betting site like Polymarket, and I think the reason why I'll give you a little insight, right? The reason why I think Polymarket so heavily favors Trump more than some of these other sites, these sportsbook, et cetera, is Polymarket is very popular among the crypto community, and Donald Trump is very popular among the crypto community. He is big with RFK Jr., big with Elon Musk, big and JD Vance, right? So those three men alone, Vance, Musk, and RFK Jr. are huge supporters of crypto, and Polymarket is very, very popular among crypto people. Kamala Harris is trying to appeal to crypto, the crypto community, but only to the black crypto community. Apparently, she only wants to make it, Bitcoin available to black people. I don't know what the hell she's thinking. I don't know if she knows how to think, but that's neither here nor there. But Polymarket, people have skin in the game. When you answer a poll, you can answer it however you want. I can get polled in 10 minutes and say, no, I'm voting for Harris. I don't lose anything. But if you're putting your money on the line, and you got skin in the game at this point. And so I look at the betting market. It gives you a good idea of where public sentiment is, but that could change on a dime too, right? I mean, last week at this time, Trump was up 4 points on Polymarket. Now he's up 20. What happened, right? I mean, how did it change that much? It was a couple of appearances. It was, people coming around and all of these, recent developments, the Butler rally. I think it all started, honestly, with JD Vance's debate. That's when things really started to turn, because they say, whoa, look at this guy. Trump picked a really sharp guy. But I don't know what to trust, more than the other, to be honest with you. I say, don't worry about any of those metrics. I mean, be interested in it and track it by all means, dive into it. But the only thing that's going to matter is how many of us, if you want Donald Trump to win, how many of us go out there and leave it all on the field, right? How many of us go out there and vote? How many of us go out there and do our part, do our job to follow through, to push that ball over the goal line? And oh, by the way, Greg Zuerlein, make the freaking kick. Okay, let's follow through. Let's follow through and win in November. You got one job. Yep. Kick it between the yellow poles. That's it. Don't hit the yellow pole. If you're going to hit it, let it bounce in. No. Follow through, leave it all on the field. We got 18 days, the most important election of our time. I don't care what the polls, betting markets, or anything say. I look at them, but I don't. It's not to me how. I don't wake up in the morning and it determines how my day is going to be based on what's on Polymarket. I want everybody to get out there and vote, get out there and campaign, do your part, and let's right the wrongs here of 2020 and turn this ship around.
Sean Feist, there he is. You will see him next Thursday and Friday, specifically Friday in person.
Woo!
I cannot wait.
You're going to be like J.D. Vance. You might as well just camp in PA for the next 3 weeks.
It's going to be great.
That's it. Let's do it.
I'm so excited to finally meet Sean. I'm like, this is like
in person.
In person, yeah.
You better be fun in person. I'm just telling you.
It's gonna be
now.
fun. I'm telling you, we're gonna have so much. We're gonna have so much fun. So
you
much
know,
fun.
I just wonder if you'll be singing happy birthday to the vice president whose birthday is this Sunday when you're here in Philadelphia at the McDonald's somewhere. They haven't announced yet, but it's her birthday. It's her 60th birthday.
Who's
Dawn,
birthday?
is it really? It's Kamala's 60th birthday on Sunday?
60th birthday. She's a Scorpio, October 20th.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
And then the 21st is the last day to register to vote here in Pennsylvania.
Yes. And there's a big voter registration drive going on to Pittsburgh Steelers game Sunday.
Oh.
Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell, they're registering voters out there. So it's going to be, huge.
That is so smart.
Yeah,
That's so smart.
Did you ever envision we get to the point where, okay, it's crazy enough that Elon Musk, Bobby Kennedy, and Tulsi Gabbard are on Trump's side, and now you've got nutjob Antonio Brown on your side as well?
It's amazing.
It's great. You know, we're the great unifier. We're doing very well. I taught Antonio Brown how to catch.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Father of IVF.
There you go.
Mock debate sold out next Friday. The only way you can be there is to listen on 1210 WPHT, the Odyssey app. And I believe we're going to do YouTube. But there's a lot of technical things that we have to get right. Yes. But I think we're going to do YouTube that day, too.
There you go. Sean, we'll see you next week. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Can't wait to see you guys. We'll see you next week.
All right, there he is, Sean Feist with us each and every Friday. He is great. Love that guy.
Yeah.
But he better be great in person, too. He better not be like DeSantis, where you get in person and all of a sudden it's weird.
So just
no mustard.
Just so you know, Thursday he'll be in studio with the three of us. So he'll be there. And then Friday, we'll all be at the South Jersey FOP Lodge 56 there in West Berlin Township, whatever, New Jersey. Food, Bloody Marys, mimosas,
nice.
Sean Feist, Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland. Yes, I'll be there. I know. Everybody's going to be booing me probably, but that's fine.
Yeah, you might want to stay back in the friendly confines of the studio.
I can't wait.
Has a lot of fans.
Soccer's going to have a helmet on.
I'm going to wear a shirt that says heel on it. There'll be 5 people that get that, but it'll be hysterical. Yeah, exactly.
You're the Dave Bautista of the program.
By the way, just a little tease for what's coming up for what's on the cut sheet, part 2. Trump was on Fox and Friends this morning, and he revealed some of the people who may or may not have written his jokes for him, and I have that coming up next.
All right, sounds good. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
Oh wait, no, we don't have that.
Oh, we don't have that. All right, the hell with it. Nobody can get it right anyway. Jimmy Kelly picks the most innocuous thing.
This is a wait, hang on. This is my fault again because I'm asleep at the switch and. Just talk amongst
yourself. Focused on he's so focused on body bagging the Kennedys, Don. And he's letting his basic duties slip through the cracks.
By the way,
and now
duty.
Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company.
We'll come back to Don in a
Radio
second.
1210 WPHT.
Oh, give me that super glue.
See that? Weird, huh?
It's not weird. It's very simple. What happens is the fumes from the super glue attaches itself to the acid from the fingerprints. See? It's an old street cop trick. Hasn't filtered down to you boys down in Beverly Hills yet, though. Now all we have to do is match it.
Could use the computer downtown.
No. You know, you can be such a sometimes.
Really?
You boys definitely get an A in high tech.
Oh, the music gives it away.
You think you know what it is?
You know I referenced this yesterday, right? So great.
839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, so Jimmy Kelly loves this actor. Multiple times we've had this guy in a clip this week, but that's fine. If you know it, you get a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra's The Story of Philadelphia Sports Through Music on Saturday, October 26th at the Cherokee Performing Arts Center in Marlton, New Jersey. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you don't get the tickets today, visit joeconklin.com. Dawn, you were saying real quickly there?
No, I was just trying to fill time for Greg. I was just going to tap dance.
See?
That's all.
She was just tap dancing for me.
I love it. A little dance.
All right. Winner on the other side, and then where did Trump get the jokes from? The details on the other side. Stay right there.
Friday, October 25th, 6 to 10 a.m. Kayal and Company presents The Great Mock Debate.
My fellow Americans, this is your favorite president with a big, beautiful announcement. We'll be live in the South Jersey, FOP Lodge 56.
Where do they want me to go? A police hall in South Jersey. No, we defund the police in the Harris administration.
We'll see if she shows up. I don't know. We'll see about it. She's very scared. She's shaking in her boots.
Do you think the audience will wear masks? I don't want to breathe in that deplorable air. All right?
Tickets for the Great Mock Debate at South Jersey FOP Lodge 56 in Berlin Township have sold out, but you can still catch every minute live. Listen Friday, October 25th, 6 to 10 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Medicare open enrollment begins October 15th. Are you ready to explore your options? In Pennsylvania, you can get free, personalized assistance from PA Medi. PA Medi at your local area agency on aging is your trusted, unbiased source for Medicare information. They'll help you compare benefits and plans in your area and could even help save you money. Call PA Medi at 1-800-783-7067 today.
Supported by a grant from the Administration for Community Living, paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
This year's election may determine the future of Social Security.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. My concerns with the election and the economy are that much of our Social Security funding may dry up in 7 years, 10 years, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I am election proof because no matter what happens in this election cycle this year, I am protected by crash proof retirement.
Election proof your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See Lee Brice at the Met Philadelphia, October 24th. Check out John Legend, a legendary Christmas tour, December 19th at PPL Center in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And see Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Lost Christmas, December 22nd at Wells Fargo Center. For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You should have seen by the look in my eyes, baby, there was something missing. You should have known by the tone of my voice, maybe, but you didn't listen.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, it is 9:31 here on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. So, no winner yet on the Morning Mystery Movie clip. So, I know Jimmy Kelly's listening, so here's what we're going to do. First caller that gets the correct answer, we're going to play it for you again. But I think moving forward, instead of stumping the audience, since the goal is to give away the prize, let's just do what we used to do back in the day. Like, if this movie, like, just find out what movie came out today that was popular, and just play the easiest clip in the world. Do what we used to do, right?
Well, I mean, it's a debate. Do we make him hard or do we make him...
Well, Dorenzo would be real easy for 3 days, and then he'd be a jerk, and he'd throw a real tough one in.
Yeah.
Jimmy Kelly wants to make it like, he's the king of all movie knowledge.
Well, this one is a good pull because I mentioned it yesterday.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
So he was listening.
Yes.
This is like a final exam. You got to pay attention all week because something can come up on Friday.
Let me just play. Let me just play it again. First caller that gets it wins the Joe Conklin tickets.
Oh, give me that super glue.
Okay. You see that? Weird, huh?
It's not weird. It's very simple. What
Listen
happens
for the
is
music
the fumes from the super glue attaches itself to the acid from the fingerprints. See? It's old street cop trick. Hasn't filtered down to you boys down in Beverly Hills yet, though. Now all we have to do is match it.
Could use the computer downtown.
No. You know, you can be such
Right
a
there.
sometimes.
Really?
You boys definitely get an A in high tech.
Oh, sorry.
All right, folks. All right, I believe we have our winner, and I don't think she actually needed it because now she's been on hold for a minute, so she probably had it and was late to the party, so she didn't need the re-airing of the clip. Marilyn is with us. Marilyn, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Beverly Hills Cop.
Woo.
Wait. Cop what?
What do you mean, cop what?
Cop and attitude, Marilyn. That's what.
Wait. Beverly Hills Cop what? What? That's not the correct answer.
Oh, no. We're going to have one of these moments.
Yes, it is.
No.
Beverly Hills Cop 2.
There we go.
All right, there it is. Husband's in the background. All right, Marilyn, you win the Joe Conklin tickets.
Thank you to the hubby.
Thank you very much. I thought we were going to have a moment where remember a year ago when I had to blow a gasket because we had the winner on the line and it was still the wrong movie? Saw. Dose.
Do.
Jeez. Part 2. Oh, man, what a week. All right, before we get to the cut sheet part 2, this is important, and Dan Borowski just found this. So we've been talking about the polls and the betting odds and Polymarket and everybody going nuts over this, but this is great insight, and I don't know where this is from.
Is this the Real Clear?
No, this is dlnews.com, but they've gotten information on why the betting markets for Polymarket have just ballooned up for Donald Trump, and it's because 4 whales, yes, whales, W-H-A-L-E-S, not the actual animal in the ocean, but that's a term in the world of gambling. These really, really big bettors that do bets for a certain reason to influence the market have bet $25 million on Donald Trump, which have skewed the odds. So, for those of you that don't understand what that means, let me just read this for you. Polymarket whales are spending millions betting on who will win the U.S. presidential election, which has distorted the prediction market. I guess you have to have like a username and an account name to gamble, so to speak, on Polymarket. Mm-hmm. So accounts by the name of Freddie9999, Princess Caro, Mitchie, and Theo4, which is, I think, the follow-up to Theo3, have collectively spent $24.7 million on the simple question of who will win the election. their yes bets on former President Trump have helped drive the cost to 61 cents, which implies he has a 61% chance of being the winner come November 5th. So it's all about the depth of the market, says Jake Dwyer, the founder of the venture fund, The Factor Core, who told DL News, if the market interest exclusively exists at a tight range, as soon as you want to buy a big amount, you find there's no size offers. So this is very, Sean was even mentioning this, was it the J.D. Vance? It's nothing to do with J.D. Vance or Trump or an appearance or how an interview goes or how a debate goes. This is all influenced by big money gamblers. It would be no different than if you walked into a sports book here in this area, Parks, Casino, whatever, and the Eagles were a 3-point favorite. Now, I don't know what the betting limit is at Parks, but whatever it is, let's say it's 10 grand, and somebody flopped 10 grand on the Eagles at -3. Well, now all of a sudden that line's going to go up. That's going to go up to 4 or 4.5 because they want people to come back in and bet the Giants on the underdog side to balance out their risk. Anybody that's taking bets, a bookmaker, sports, elections, whatever it is, they would love for the money to be 50-50 because either way, they win. Because you got to bet 11 to win 10. So keep that in mind. And I was obviously unaware of this specific information, but you have 4, gazillionaires that are going nuts. Now, maybe they know something. Maybe they're just degenerates. I don't know what it is, but that's why that chart has shot off the pages to Trump with a 24-point lead. So keep that in mind. And don't do victory laps yet because this is no guarantee and there's no such thing as a lock when it comes to making predictions. All right, that said, let's get to a Friday edition on the other side of this break. We'll get to what's on the cut sheet part 2. Stalker teased it before. Where did Donald Trump get his material at the Al Smith dinner from? He shared that this morning on television, and we'll let you hear coming up next.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things, like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
The following is a paid commercial message. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day come to a physical office and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Kayal Schlosser, and I started with Crash-Proof Retirement in 2016. I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.944, Kayal and Company coming down the stretch here on a Friday. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 15 minutes. We'll find out what's on tap, what occurred today in music history. Perhaps a voicemail or two. The lock of the week. We'll make our predictions on the Eagles-Giants game. And also, right now, we find out what is still hanging around. It's called What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Phil, this is cut 34 that I just sent you. This is Trump on Fox and Friends this morning revealing who wrote, quote, a couple jokes from him from the Al Smith dinner. In case you're just tuning in now, we played a lot of his jokes during the cut sheet at 8 o'clock this morning. Cut 34, go.
Kamala Harris did not show up, as you know. She sent a video from Saturday Night Live.
we have seen historically a lot of Democrats, they turn to the guys at Saturday Night Live or The Tonight Show. They write all their material. Your material was real funny. Who wrote it? Who helped you with it?
Well, I've had a lot of people helping. A couple of people from Fox, actually. I shouldn't say that, but they wrote some jokes. And for the most part, I didn't like any of them.
Did you see some highlights? I think you did great.
Go ahead.
Watch.
So he revealed that a couple people from Fox.
Fela.
That's what I'm thinking.
Gutfeld.
Gutfeld.
Who else is funny on Fox? I'm trying to think of the people with the comedic backgrounds.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe Tyrus.
Kat Timpf.
Here's my thought: is that there are writers for both Jimmy and Gutfeld, so maybe it was people behind the scenes there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting Fela or Gutfeld directly to write them for Trump, but yeah. Fox puts on a production. Yeah, absolutely. I could see that.
Interesting, though, right?
Did I hear Trump correctly where he's saying he didn't like him?
That's what he said, yeah.
Really? I wonder why he wouldn't like him. I thought they were hysterical.
I don't know.
That's a true talent. You got to give him credit for that. He delivers it. The audience thinks they're great, and he didn't really care for them.
Yeah. High
bar.
One more here, and then, Phil, if you want to come in for the... this week or today in music history. This is Bill Clinton was in Durham, North Carolina with Timmy Walls yesterday. And I just love this clip because Bill Clinton is just such a creep. Cut 5, Phil, go.
Let's cut to the tape. Chase.
No. It's horrible.
I don't know how many more elections I'll be involved with, and I'm too old to gild the lily. Heck, I'm only 2 months younger than Donald Trump. But good news for you is I will not spend 30 minutes swaying back and forth to music. I've played enough music, I will not clap off beat. Nor will I pretend to be a conductor. Because we got a race to win. And we have to win it. I've been doing this a long, long time, and I can honestly say that this time I am not here running for anything anymore except for my grandchildren's future.
Career politician. He would, people are fainting, a venue's too hot. He'd just keep on talking at their expense. Kind of like people who would open up a border and just allow criminals and killers to come in. Same philosophy.
He looks and sounds like he's about to faint. God.
I'm just thinking about him.
Who the hell does he resonate with anymore?
I'm just thinking about him gilding the lily.
I know.
I thought Joe Biden sounded like he had health problems.
How many interns has he gilded?
Gosh, that's sick.
I was very hard on the Kennedys today. Can I also tell you my disdain for the Clintons?
Please do.
Just horrendous people.
I mean, think about this. Hillary's been rejected at every turn. Bill's been out of office for a quarter century. Gen Zers weren't even alive.
I know.
And their ace up their sleeve is now working overtime, the name of Barack Obama, and he's out there insulting segments of the black society.
Yep. All right. Why don't you do your lock of the week?
Yeah, let's get to that, shall we?
We'll do the football picks, then we'll get to Phil, and then Dawn.
All right, let's do it. McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners, you can count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business and securing your future. I know we'll all make the Eagles pick as well. I would actually probably, if I wasn't making a college pick, I would do the Eagles as my lock as well. But I'll take the over. Tomorrow's a great day if you're a college football fan. A lot of big rivalry games. Alabama plays Tennessee. That game's near and dear to my heart for multiple reasons. My lock of the week is the over. I think there's going to be a lot of points in that game. It's 56.5. I think there'll be at least 57 combined points scored in that game, something like 31-27. So that's my McCausland lock of the week.
Nice.
Eagles-Giants. So,
there we go. All right.
Giants a 3-point favorite.
Yep.
Excuse me, no, Eagles a 3-point favorite.
Yes.
Giants a 3-point home dog.
FanDuel.com/Greg.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
I almost nailed the score directly last week. I said Eagles 19-16. It ended up 20-16. I finally picked an Eagles game correctly just on who's going to win the stinking game. But I'm going to take the Eagles. I'm going to lay the 3 points. Lane Johnson, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. Giants are a mess. They stink. Eagles 23, Giants 17.
I'm also picking the Eagles. I'm going to take the Eagles 31, the Giants 17.
Dawn Stensland, your thoughts?
I'll say Eagles 24, Giants 14.
Okay.
Wow.
Low scoring game. Dawn's got the under.
Should we 20 spot on it, go into the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation for next week?
Why not?
You good for that?
Yep.
You good for that, Nick?
No, I'm good for that.
All right, good.
I'm good
All
for
right.
everything. I'm on fire right now. I can't miss.
All right, let's do this.
All right, let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, October 18th. After taking more unwarranted shots than Trump today, we celebrate the heavenly birthdays of Gary Richrath from REO Speedwagon, Joe Egan from Steelers Wheel, and Chuck Berry. Singles include Louis Armstrong's What a Wonderful World in 67, Best of You by the Foo Fighters in 2005, Run to You by Bryan Adams in 84, and Get Over It by the Eagles in 94. Albums include The Traveling Wilburys Volume 1 and Big Thing by Duran Duran in 88. Ghost debut came out on this day in 2010, Promised Land by Queensryche in 84, and Love by the Cult in 85. Also in 69, Rod Stewart joined the band Faces. In 79, police break up a robbery ring at the parking lot of the Earth, Wind & Fire show. Yeah, you gotta watch out for those Earth, Wind & Fire shows. In 68, the Jimi Hendrix Experience played their first major gig. And in 75, Paul Simon hosted the second episode of SNL. But lastly, some new music news. Jerry Cantrell of Alice in Chains releases his brand new album today called I Want Blood, and he'll be at the Park Casino in Bensalem in February. Tickets go on sale in about 7 minutes. So, yeah, I'll probably be at that show too. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Alquist.
How about that? Did you pick up on the sarcasm in the beginning?
Yeah.
After taking more unwarranted shots today than Donald Trump?
Yeah.
But I'm still undefeated, so fight.
Wow, look at this guy. Dawn Stensland, I don't know how we topped that, but you're up at the top of the hour. What do you got lined up?
I'm so excited. So Linda Kearns, our good friend Linda Kearns, joins me, protectthevote.com, the latest on what's going on to protect the vote, and we'll revisit some of these issues going on locally with regard to Pennsylvania, which is obviously the path to the White House. Really psyched in the 11 o'clock hour to welcome in somebody who was at the Al Smith dinner last night, the beautiful, brilliant Monica Crowley. So she worked in the Trump administration, as you know, Treasury Department official, and was started out, I think, Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, U.S. Department of Treasury, which means she's way smarter than any of us. But she was there last night. So we'll get her take on the Al Smith dinner and as well all things Trump.
Okay, looking forward to that.
And then Neil Young at, I think, 11:30.
Yes, the different
Neil Young.
not that Neil
What?
Young.
No, I was.
Oh,
Yeah, not
Phil
that.
Almquist and Greg got all excited.
Yeah.
Nick, you blew the bit. She was going to say Neil Young coming up. Come on, man.
Too much. We
Radio.
got too many music heads in this building.
Radio 101.
It's unbelievable.
Neil Young coming up on Dawn Show.
That's right.
At what
baby.
time?
11:30.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
Great guy,
Monica Crowley. Beautiful lady, by the way.
isn't she? I
Yeah.
tweeted out her photo in her beautiful gown last night before she headed out.
I have to check that out on the ride home. All right. Everybody have a
Not while you're driving.
No.
But run off the road.
Listen to Dawn.
Be safe.
Yeah, I'll wait till I get backed up on the Schuylkill. All right, everybody have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. Have a great weekend. Go Eagles.
Eagles!
And we'll see you on Monday.
Good night, everybody.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. It's a great low-pressure environment with both full-time and part-time jobs available.